yes, the NRC music. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I figured since we don't know exactly what we're reading right off the bat, it's probably best to start with just the college music. No. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we? How are we, my fledglings? Did you all have a good week? Did you all have a good Friday? How is it going? How's it all going? How is the time? How is everybody? Feel like you're gonna need a snack? It's gonna be cozy. It's gonna be cozy. We're probably gonna go for quite a while. We have so many fics. There are so many. Look at this wheel. There are so many. Oh, good gracious, good. Lots of ships. I could not tell you off the top of my head. I do have the spreadsheet. Obviously, I need that to be able to grab them. But there were so many. I think, how many was there? Base was 52. Base 52. Funny how that works. We had 52 submissions. And so not all of them got here. I don't have an AO3 account, so like I can't do that. Some of them were a little too long, and you know, things of that nature. But most of them are here. I want to say a good like 95% of what was submitted is here. So yeah, so we have quite a lot, man, quite a lot. There's many. No, you don't need an AO3 account to read on AO3, but some fics are locked. So you have to have an account to see the locked fics, because you have to be like a member. So it's up to the person. So I think someone had submitted fics that they could read because they had an account, but I can't read because I don't have an account and I forgot to make an account. Yeah, for like age restriction and other things. Or just because the people don't want, you know, anyone on the internet to read them. So for like stuff like that, yeah, it doesn't have to be age restricted specifically, but people can choose whether or not they restrict their fics, you know, for reasons. Yeah, AI scraping and stuff like that, or people, yeah, trolling. There's a lot of different reasons someone might choose to have their fic be members only. I ain't judging. I don't know what the contents are, man. I heard it takes months to get approval on AO3, which is also the other reason. I also meant to make a Tumblr. Didn't do that. Probably will do that after stream. Isn't that so exciting? I could probably actually do it right now if I wanted to. I don't think Tumblrs take that long, right? You just need to verify your email? Maybe? It's been like 10 years since I had a Tumblr. It wasn't a month, it just took a while. Oh, okay. Someone in the Discord was having a time and a half about trying to get an AO3 account, like trying to get approval. Took forever. Usually it's only 3 days. Well, it's a little too late, I think, for that right now. Tumblr, not so much. Tumblr would be fine. Tumblr twist memes are crazy. I have not engaged with Tumblr forever. Part of the problem is that when I get a Tumblr, it's the same thing as like Instagram and TikTok and stuff. I really can't have it. I get sucked in so quickly. Even with Twitter, I just get sucked into the fan art, man. And then I do nothing productive with my whole day, and it's terrible. Yeah. It took you like 2 weeks or something like that. Yeah. Haven't had an account before, me? On AO3 or Tumblr? I've had a Tumblr. I just don't have like a business Tumblr. Like I don't have a YouTube Tumblr. But yeah, I get a lot of the things for AO3. I've written things in the past, but they've been more personal, so like I've never wanted to put them out there anywhere. So I never had a need to like create an account on those websites. Besides Tumblr. Hello, Sandwich, I hope you feel better. I hope you're feeling better. But yeah, you get sucked into the fan art, or like you get sucked into the doom scrolling. I have a bunch of stuff on my Instagram now, and it's all in German. I don't know why. It's been like this for a month. I don't know German. German. Am I gonna sit there and watch the reel like 3 times over? Absolutely, but I don't know what anyone's saying. So like, you know, I don't think they're all, no, they're not all like that. I think there's a couple OC X reader, and then there's some, I think there's one reader X a character. But I think it's written in there. I can't remember what it's written in. When I read it, it was super funny though. So I decided to keep it because I thought it was hilarious. Maybe it's just me though. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when our first one gets selected. Who knows? Who knows? We will go over all of the tags if there are tags, and I will put the ships and stuff on screen. So we have our lovely story time. We have our lovely story time overlay. Where the warning section is will contain the ship and stuff. So if anybody shows up late and they don't want to, you know, have a, I don't know, the Sebek Scully fic for some reason, you know, if that's not their cup of tea, then they can leave or they can come back later or whatever. They can mute the stream. Whatever works for y'all. I can read sometimes. Sometimes I can read. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's been a very long time since we used the storytime overlay. It's been a very, very long time since we've had that. But yeah. Yeah, I can read. And we should figure out what our first little guy is gonna be. What's it gonna be? Oh, beautiful. Lilia, you're here, right? You're definitely here, right? Our first one is the Fierce Dragon. I believe this is yours, correct, Lilia? Correct? If that's you, no? Is that not you? Did I get the people wrong? I thought it was you. Is it not you? Oh, that's so embarrassing for me. Oh, that's really embarrassing for me. Oops. Well, if it's not you, that's fine. Oh, okay, it is yours. Okay, cool. Okay, that's what I thought. Here we are, and then I have to mark it. Oh gosh, I have to do so many things. I got this. We'll make the ones that we read blue. We'll copy this link. We'll put it in a new tab. We'll remove from the wheel so that way we don't get you again. And then I have to actually hit enter, so that way I can actually, you know, go to the thing that I need to go to. Mirror Chamber music I thought was chill and would fit for like 90% of the fics. So. Alrighty. So we have. Nope, that's not the right overlay. There we go. Hello. So this is a Fierce Dragon by our very own Peepaw. My. This is a fic about Malleus Draconia, Lilia Vanrouge, Ball, Maleficia, and original characters. Tags are found, family, and wholesome, and this is a very, very wholesome one. In fact, I think we're going to have fic contains wholesomeness. From what I remember reading, there ain't nothing in here that's going to be anything other than wholesome. So it's very cute. So should we get into it? Everybody's good. Everyone's got their snacks and stuff. We'll probably do 2 chapters because this one's really short. The night was quiet. Everyone in the castle doing some sort of task to keep the castle running for Her Highness Maleficia. As of recently, she'd increased the castle's security to ensure the safety of something very precious. The safety of the newest member of the Draconia royal family, who is currently asleep in his royal chambers. Until he wasn't. Dun dun dun! The baby suddenly awoke with a jolt. As he looked around, he saw that he was truly alone. The torches around his room lit for illumination, probably to allow the maids to clean the room while the royal heir slept. As Malleus looked around the room full of toys, plushies, books, and other things meant for his enjoyment, he began to feel a sense of loneliness. A tiny cry came from him as he began to look around the room. Next came a little roar, followed by a small puff of fire that almost scorched his pillow. Still, the young prince was left alone. He uncurled himself from his current sleeping position as he stretched out like a kitten with a sleepy yawn. His tiny wings fluttered as he waddled over to the mini staircase that had been set up for him to have easy access to his bed. Oh my gosh, wait, is that like one of those little... Is that like one of those little dog staircases for like the little dogs so they can get up and on the bed? Oh my. Oh, the image is delightful. I love it. Oh, goodbye. Thank you for coming and saying hello. That's so cute. His tiny wings fluttered as he waddled over to the mini staircase that had... Oh, I read that already. That's the staircase. It's the cute thing. He clumsily made his way down the stairs, nearly tripping over himself on several of the steps, but he luckily made it down to the floor unscathed. Yeah, eventually in the description I'll put them in there. Yes. I'll link them all and timestamp them. It'll be fine. Eventually they'll be there. For sure, for sure. His tiny claws clicked against the stone floor of the castle as he walked across the room towards the big door that kept him separated from other people. He sat down at the front of the door and began to whine, hoping that someone would hear him. After a few minutes of getting no results from that, he waddled closer to the door and began to scratch at the door. After a few more minutes of this with no results, he let out a tiny pout that no one but the door and his plushies would witness. His little tail swayed as he thought about how to escape his room. His tiny wings fluttered, reminding him of their existence as he got an idea. He used the door to hoist himself onto two legs as his little arms reached towards the door handle. Malleus stretched up to try and reach the handle again, letting out a soft squeak as he did. His wings fluttered as he got an idea. He jumped, his little wings giving him a boost as his clawed hands finally gripped the handle and pulled it down. The door swung forward, carrying the baby dragon with it. Malleus hopped down from the door handle as he happily waddled down the hallway in search for people to interact with. As baby Malleus began to search for people, he found himself being attracted to a large open doorway. Malleus waddled through, finding himself on a large balcony with a fancy railing. The little dragon, always curious to explore the nook and crannies of his home, immediately padded out onto the open balcony. He saw a bench out on the balcony and climbed up onto the bench as he stared at the night sky and the beautiful garden that the balcony looked upon. His little tail began to wag once more as he stared up at the sight of this beautiful stars shimmering in the sky. They looked so pretty as he sat there observing them and the patterns in the stars. As he got lost staring into the endless void of space, he heard voices behind him. Turning his head, he saw two guards in the doorway. His tail continued to wag more as he jumped down from the bench to approach them. "My prince! How did you get out of your room? Why are you alone?" Malleus couldn't answer either question, only staring up at them, tail wagging, happy for their company. He let out a tiny squeak as the two guards spoke amongst each other. "Do you like the stars, your highness? Those are stars." The guard knelt down, pointing up at the sky. Malleus followed the direction of the guard's finger. Stars. Those are what those pretty things in the sky are. Malleus squeaked in response, his tail wagging more as he nodded. Stars. He liked stars. There you have it, chapter 1. Oh, it's adorable. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so tiny and so delightful. It is such a fun, it really is a fun time, and it is very, very wholesome. You tagged it correctly with the wholesome. It's precious. It gives such a good, like, little glimpse into the daily life of the little guy. The little squeaks, the frustration, the just wanting to find people but not being able to communicate it, and then him figuring things out in his tiny little dragon brain. It's so cute. Oh, it's so adorable. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's so lovely. My oh my. Thank you so much, Lilia. Thank you so much. There are more chapters, so eventually, if y'all want to, you can come through here There's gardening and constellations. Oh my gosh. You want SilverRoe story time? Well, listen, again, SilverRoe can only come out. I did forget to put him on the story time overlay. As a little awkward. But if somebody wants me to read the fic that they themselves wrote as SilverRoe and not me, SilverNocked, you can let me know when it comes up, and I will oblige. But I will only read as one or the other. I will not read as both. So you gotta hedge your bets, man. you gotta pick your poison, and then I'll figure out how to get him on the storytime overlay. He's still gonna be on his box. He does not have a sitting and reading sprite. he's gonna be on his little thingy. But sorry, I forgot to tell you, Lily. I don't mind doing chapter 2 if you want to in SilverRoe's voice, if that is something that your heart so desires. I would be willing to compromise since I forgot to make that known ahead of time. He is among us eating popcorn. He is. He's having a wonderful time. But yes, good job, Lilia. This was such a fun little fic. It is so wholesome. It is so cute. It warms the heart. It's such a nice little starter for our evening today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye, oh bye. Very cute indeed. My. Shall we figure out another one? Do we want another one, guys? Would we like another one? Would we like adding this to your reading list later? For sure. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's see if I can remember. Well, so we have like 50 other fanfics. We have so many other ones. Some of them are longer, some of them are shorter. So I feel like it's only fair to do the first chapter of each. I did say that one was short. We could do more than one chapter, but I feel like it, I don't know. I don't know how to make this super fair. Because you know, they're all a little different in terms of length and stuff. And like there's a couple of them that are just like not long at all, and some of them I really want to make it fair, and there were so many people that were so excited, and I want people to be able to have their stuff read, or at least have the chance of it. That's also why some of them are bigger if you didn't read the community post. The ones that are user created, the ones that y'all wrote, they have a bigger chance. It wouldn't let me equally distribute them, so like some of them are slightly bigger than others. I don't know why, but yeah, I think one chapter's fine for like a bit of a tease. I think so as well. Now that was kind of what I was thinking. So, alrighty. Let us see what our next one is. What do we have next? My. Ramshackle maintenance, which is user created, if I remember correctly. I believe this one was made by one of our lovely community members. Let me go find it and confirm. But I do believe. Where are you? Oh, I could probably Command F in an Excel doc, right? Like that's probably a thing that I could do. Where did it go? I saw it earlier today. Where are you? Oh, there it is. There we go. Perfect. Yay. Let me copy the link. Let me copy it. The spreadsheet, please, for the love of all that is good and holy in this universe. Let me copy the link. Okay. Perfect. Fantastic. Are you here? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Would you like me to read it as SilverNocked or SilverNo? The choice is yours. If you want SilverNo, let me know. SilverNocked. All right. Perfect. All right. Then I don't have to put the rat anywhere. Fantastic. All right. Cool. All right. So this is Ramshackle Maintenance by our lovely silent spirit. The Ramshackle prefect, Yume Miedo, is taking some steps to fix up the dorm. The first thing that she starts with is the kitchen, specifically the stove. This fic involves an OC, ace, trapola, and deuce spade. However, it is not a shipping fic, I believe. From what I remember when I screened it, it was not a ship fic. It's just like you know, kiddos having a good time. So, fic contains Ramshackle bros and kitchen stove. I don't think there's no whatchamacallit. I feel like that pretty much sums it up. You can let me know if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, like platonic. There we go. There we are. There we go. Alrighty. Well, and there's also a quick note. There is a quick note at the beginning that the you in the story is female and named Yume Miedo, the naming idea coming from the Twist manga, just to help you give the you character some sort of name and background, and was after looking at some of the in-game character traits. So it is an OC, but it's based off of canon, right? So we should be good. Should be good. Alrighty. Well, shall we begin our journey into the Ramshackle maintenance? Here we go. Night Raven College, a prestigious arcane academy, is where the brightest mages go to learn the mystic arts, control their magic, and to explore their interests and talents. Usually, there is a lot of chaos on campus, what with the students' reputation of being rather chaotic and often acting with ulterior motives. There was something always going on the school grounds, whether it be rowdy students crashing a chandelier, yeah, ace and deuce, or someone causing an explosion during potionology. My bet's on Grim for that one. My oh my. Yet for once, it was quite peaceful, even. Almost too quiet. This brings us to Ramshackle Dorm, where the prefect, Yume Miedo, is currently facing a dilemma. While most of Ramshackle Dorm was somewhat repaired, there were a few things that needed complete maintenance. Right now, Yume was staring very hard at the dorm's kitchen gas stove. It would not light, and it was completely cold no matter how hard she tried to turn it on. She just wanted some tea. A girl after my own heart, honestly. The Ramshackle ghost had told her that the stove died out long ago. How long ago, she did not know, and she did not trust her friend and fellow student, Grim, to even attempt to light it. Good call. Good call. Oh, man. Although it seems like Grim probably has a good handle on these things, given the anime, but he would sooner burn down the dorm than actually fix it. Yeah, well, that's also fair. That's also fair. Fair. It wasn't like she could fix it either. She first tried cleaning out the grime and buildup on the stove, thinking it was the reason why it wouldn't turn on. Even with the clean stove, it would not ignite, so she slowly shifted the stove away from the wall to look behind it, until she came to the sudden realization that she didn't even know how to open the stove up to fix it. The instruction manual likely withered away years ago, so her most likely solution was to call a repairman. Not that the head mage would call one in the first place. As she was contemplating what to do, a knock came at the door. Yume quickly stood up to answer and was faced with her two friends, Ace and Deuce. The duo looked completely wiped, not whipped. There's only one P in that sentence, or that word. Duo looked completely wiped, and there were splotches of red paint on some parts of their clothes. Yo, you, we've come to hang out. That is a V, not an R. Oh dear. And just like that, I have learned how to unread. Yo, you, we've come to hang out, cheered Ace as Yume let both of them inside. Sorry for the intrusion, said Deuce. We just got out of painting for tomorrow's birthday party. Is that why you two are covered head to toe in paint? I thought you guys used magic, asked Yume, leading the two to the living room. Grim was seen outside playing Spell Drive with the Ramshackle ghosts. Unfortunately, a certain someone decided that messing with the decorations was a good way to make preparations fun, said Deuce, jabbing at Ace's side. How was I supposed to know that Teapot Tyrant would show up just as someone sent the Dormouse flying? Yelled Ace, getting into Deuce's face. Who cares? Because of your idea, House Warden Riddle collared every single one of us, Deuce yelled back. We had to paint everything by hand. As soon as the two began to get heated, Yume immediately tried to settle them down. Guys, settle down, she said, pushing the two apart. The important thing is that you don't have to worry about it anymore. You two can relax now. Speaking of, you got any tea? Asked Ace, collapsing onto the nearby armchair. Well, funny thing about that, Ace. Ace, you're never gonna guess. You're never gonna get. No, Gino is not gonna eat the Dormouse. No. Gino is sophisticated. He's not gonna do that. I glance at chat, and that's the only message that I read. That's the first thing I see. No, the Dormouse is fine. Gino is fine. He can't get the tea. Unfortunately for Ace. Yeah, Yume sighed. I wish, but my stove isn't working. It was fine the last time I used it, but now it's just not working. Even when I used a lighter to ignite the flame. And Deuce perked up. Mind if I take a look at it? Yume and Ace stared back at him before the Ramshackle prefect gave the affirmative. The trio then made their way into Ramshackle's kitchen, where the very clean stove stood out. Wow, you cleaned it so thoroughly, it's practically brand new, teased Ace, poking her cheek. Yume swatted his hand away, slightly irritated. Deuce walked over and did a checkup on the stove. After a few tense minutes, Deuce stood up. I can fix it up. Just give me a few minutes with this, said Deuce. You can? Said Yume, stars in her eyes. Thank you, Deuce. She jumped the blue-haired card soldier in a big hug, making the spade blush slightly. He patted her head as she let go, while Ace stood there slightly irritated. Oi, come on, Prefect, said Ace, having her attention turned to him. Let's play something while we wait for Juice to finish up. As Ace led Yume back to the living room, Deuce, with his face red, yelled, It's not Juice, it's Deuce, with a D! I see they're still doing it after all these years. All Ace did was stick his tongue out mockingly at the blue-haired spade. Yume, in turn, flicked his forehead. Soon, the two friends were playing some card games while Deuce worked on the stove. Grim and the ghosts eventually came back in after a long game of Spell Drive. Grim immediately took a nap on the nearby couch as Ace and Yume were playing Old Maid. After some time, Deuce popped his head into the living room. You, I fixed it, he called, beaming with pride. Wow, really? Said Yume as she and Ace left their cards on the table and followed Deuce to the kitchen. Deuce proudly showcased her stove, all fixed and ready to go. He turned one of the stove knobs and a flame burst to life on one of the grills. It works, she cheered, throwing her hands around the blue-haired spade for another hug. His face was beyond red. Thank you, Deuce. With that, Yume quickly got a kettle filled with water and quickly put it on the stove to boil. While it was boiling, she quickly got a nice tea set out, a gift from Riddle. Oh, that's sweet, and some tea leaves. Once the water was ready, she swiftly turned off the stove and prepared the tea. Once that was done, she got cups and brought the tea to the living room, where Ace and Deuce migrated to. Tea is ready, she announced, placing the tea set on the coffee table. And so the three friends and a still napping dire beast enjoyed a fun time of tea and cards, with the conversation steering towards what the Ramshackle prefix plans to fix up next. There you have it, there you have it. So Deuce fixed the stove. Oh, that's so sweet of him. He is the one that's a little more like, tinkery and savvy in that way. But that was such a cute little time. Oh, it was so exciting. It was nice and wholesome and happy. Oh my goodness, oh my gracious. Just bros being bros and kitchen stoves, man, platonically. My, well, thank you so much for your fic. It was adorable. Oh, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It brings a smile to my face even now. My, oh my. I'd find Deuce replace it with a cauldron. That would have been kind of funny. And I guess you can make tea in a cauldron, technically. More or less, you know? You kinda can. You kinda can. But yeah, that was absolutely adorable. Good job. Good job. Applause all around. Applause all around. Very lovely fic, very lovely fic. Indeed, indeed, indeed. They'd find a way to turn it into a potion. They might have. They might have if it was the cauldron. Who's to say, right? Who's to say? But anyway, should we go to another one? Should we go to another one? Should we maybe potentially do another one? I'm delighted that the wheel is choosing mainly user-generated stuff. Like, I keep saying user-generated. User-written, I think is the correct word. Good lord, has my brain been taken over by all sorts of marketing talk. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, let's see what our next one shall be. Let's see. Shall we continue the trend? Yes, we shall. YNRC is a great school to attend, actually. This is another one. This is another one that we have from one of our lovely community members. I believe this one is written from the perspective of their OC. And their OC, correct me if I'm wrong if you're here. I believe this is the OC that is based off of the loaf of bread from Aladdin, which is also fantastic. It's beautiful. If I am correct, that is in fact what's going on. Yep, nope. I can tell by the name of the OC. I think. Hold on. Let me consult the ancient text. Let me consult the Discord. Because I believe this was shared in the OC's channel. So hold on. But I'm 90% sure. I'm 90% sure. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to search. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Yep, the loaf of bread from Aladdin. Okay, cool. I'm right. The ancient text has confirmed. Thank you, Google, for telling me who I'm signed in as. I would never have known otherwise. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. I'm sorry. That took me out a little bit. But here we are. This one, I'm pretty sure it contains bread. There are no tags, but this is just, I believe it's from the OC's perspective, talking about like how much they like it at Night Raven College. So, oh, I should probably put OC. That's an important thing, right? OC. Character? OC sales pitch. How about that? I think that's more akin to what's happening here. OC sales pitch. Because we're kind of selling Night Raven College, right? Sort of, in a way. So I imagine. I don't think they're in chat tonight. Oh wait, no, you're right there. Yep, you're right there. Do you want me to read this as Silver Knocked or Silver No? Which thing would you like? Which voice? Which character? Me, you, anonymous camel. Oh no, hello, anonymous camel. I thought it said anonymous caramel, and I was like, what? Huh? You would like the bat? Okay. All right. Yeah, warning gluten, exactly. Alrighty. Shall we get into it? I think we shall. I also may pronounce the name wrong. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Liepa Panfieri, and I'm a first-year student attending Night Raven College. I was asked to write this by the head mage himself to talk about how great campus life is. Something about bad press lately, overblots, I don't know, but I've experienced nothing but good times here at school. I'm pretty sure Scarabia is the best dorm out there, or at least one of the best. My house warden is so cool, and we get to do chores to feel like a big family. I'm sorry, but that is such a fun line. This is such a fun line. I don't know why it is funny to me, but I think it's just because it's so happy and so positive. But like, oh my gosh, we get to do chores. To me, I don't know. That just it's so cute. It's so fun. I love it. Jamil has me in charge of making of course he does. Of course he does. Jamil has me in charge of making bread for any of our meals, and I'm grateful he lets me do the honor of preparing it for everybody to enjoy. My family has had to... Sorry, hold on. My family has had to be in the bread business for at least 1,001 generations, maybe more, and it really tore me to have to say goodbye to them to attend NRC. But baking has helped me remind myself of home whenever I'm feeling a little homesick. I could go on and on about the benefits of bread, but what was this about again? Oh, NRC, right. As fun as a lot of the clubs look like, I decided to take the initiative to start my own club called the Clown Club. Your OC has such an infectious energy. I love them. I love them so much. Clowns, yes, clowns. I love clowns. Oh my gosh. I am vibing so much. Right now it's just me, but I hope to get more members in the future. If I did have more students join, I'd be happy to teach them about the history of clowning and maybe even help them make a clown sona of their own. My clown name is Hot Cheese Pretzel. We are besties. We're besties. We're on paragraph 2, on page 1 of 2. We're besties. I'm besties. I love it. Hot cheese pretzel. Exactly. Clown Club cards win. Clown Club cards win. I agree. Right now, it's just me, but I hope to get more members. Oh, right. Hot cheese pretzel. There we are. And I hope that my club can perform for any new events coming to town. I should really look more into parades. It would be fun to have a reason to throw pretzels at people again. Is that what Hot Cheese Pretzel does? Hot Cheese Pretzel just... Oh no! Oh dear! Oh my. Me and my roommate get along great. She teaches me a lot of bits of wisdom, like how not every family starts their mornings by chanting bread, 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 bread. To bring in the good bread. They must have bad bread if they don't, but I'll make sure we always have good bread. I'll admit that a good chunk of my grades usually aren't the best. A few weeks ago, I was in the middle of a history test when I glanced over at another student's test sheet and realized our answers were completely different. I'll admit that I kind of felt embarrassed that mine looked easier than the rest of the tests. If others are struggling around me, I want to also struggle just like they are, you know? So I asked Mr. Train if I could retake the test the other way. He paused before agreeing, and I bombed it. Probably harder than I would have with the other test, but despite that, he was really nice and suggested that if I wanted to get stronger, I should have a training partner like Jack. He's been a great study buddy to have, and better yet, whenever I leave bread around his dorm, it always vanishes. It's like a beautiful bread void. Oh, I wonder how that's happening. Oh, I wonder. Mr. Ashengrotto and his grass friends have been really nice to me too. He's told me all about his ideas on expanding to a cafe on campus and how I'd make for a great business partner. It sounded like a fun idea, but when I told Jamil about it, he seemed pretty adverse to the suggestion. I think that was around the time he let me start baking for our dorm officially. Regardless, I couldn't be any happier here. NRC is a place where I'm able to thrive, and I hope to grow to become a great mage baker someday. Smiley face. Oh my. Bravo. I am best friends with Miss Panfieri. I love this. This was so fun and so silly and so cute. Again, it had that infectious energy. It just had such an infectious energy. You will need to let me know if you want me to link this in the description of the video, though, because this is a Google Doc. So, if you don't want me to link it, I don't have to. It's up to you. But because it's a Google Doc link and not like a website, just let me know. But this was so great. This was so delightful. Oh, this was such a fun time. Oh man. Oh man. I don't think that one was one of the suggested ones. I don't remember. Okay, you're okay with it? All right, perfect. Then I shall link it for anyone that wants to read it for themselves afterwards. Yeah. Oh, you were Anonymous Camel. Oh! Yeah, these links are also in the Discord in the thread. But yeah, breadtastic I think is the perfect word for this one. I think so. It was just such a delight, It was fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your lovely fic. It was beautiful. Beautiful. My. Oh, ellipsis? Ellipsus? Is it like a free alternative to Google Docs and stuff? Because that would be great. For people and for myself. That sounds interesting. But yeah, but it was a very, very sweet fic. Very sweet. Thank you so much. All right. It's an AI free tool. Oh, and you can even import to AO3. Oh, that's nice. Google Docs is free, but Google Docs does scrape. So your Microsoft products and your Google products all scrape. Unfortunately. And not that like necessarily like putting it out on the internet, it also will likely get scraped even illegally because we all know how that goes, unfortunately. But okay. I see, interesting. Alternative to Google Docs. My. Yeah, they all scrape. Any of like your main company products will scrape. Google, Facebook, Meta, anything that's under Meta, anything that's under Google, anything that's under Microsoft, like they all do things. It's very silly and unfortunate, but we are all on the same page about that, man. We are. Scrape. So they scrape the data. So they basically like will read all of your documents and stuff. I shouldn't say all because apparently there are rules and regulations that they supposedly follow that I am not privy to, and I don't want to get sued. So from my understanding, which is not complete, they like basically read over all of your like content, and then they put that content into their AI model to learn from. Like they just take your stuff and then put it in the data set. So by using the tool, you in theory are I suppose, consenting to that process happening for the things that it affects. Now, again, I don't know entirely, but I believe that I have heard from various sources that most of the main people are doing that. And in the US, there's no real way to opt out. There's ways to turn off certain settings for certain things, but like for like Instagram and Facebook and stuff, that's hard to do because there's no way to fully opt out of the Meta stuff, but there is ways to turn off some of the Google tools and there is ways to turn off some of the Microsoft tools. But anyway, that was your PSA for that sort of stuff. We should get back to the fanfics. You're correct. So let's, oopsie, wrong one. There we go. Let's see what our next one shall be. Let's see. Oh, another user one, Lord of the Crows. My. This one is a very, very fun one from what I remember. It's a little bit of post-apocalyptic, post-overblotty type thing. Let me see if I can find it. There's so many. There you are. Beautiful. Oh, wait, this is also you, no? This is the other one. Oh, well, hello again. Wowee. It wanted the wholesome one back to back with the slightly more post-apocalyptic-y one, I suppose, for today. My, oh my, oh my. It is a Crowley tale. Yes, it is a Crowley overblot tale. So where's my thing? Where are all my things? Here we are. So here we are, Lord of the Crows, which is Twisted Wonderland. It contains Malleus, Draconia, Riddle Rosehearts, Leona Kingscholar, Azul, Kaleem, Vil, and Crowley, of course. It is set in post-apocalyptic, and it is about Crowley Overblot. Crowley Overblot. Factions. Dome. Survival. Post-apocalypse. There we go. That should cover everything, I think. But sure. Yeah, the fluff couldn't last forever, unfortunately. It was inevitable that at some point in time. But yeah, so this is Lord of the Crows, Chapter 1. We'll only be doing Chapter 1. So, there are 2 chapters, though. There are 2 Where's the... I can't put... Oh, you mean up here. I think he's just hiding in his room. I think he's hiding in his room, and that's why he's not tagged. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's find out. It was the week before we were all expected to head back home for the holidays. I remember it clearly. A lot of people talk about what they were doing before it happened. I was headed back to the Hall of Mirrors after my classes when I heard it. It didn't sound human. I heard some sort of screeching and then crashing, and then after the crashing, there came screams and hordes of students running away from the chaos. They say Crowley had overblotted that day, and yet, he doesn't look like one. In some sense, yes, but it doesn't explain why he's still here. Why we're all still here. From what's been told, the gist is that the dorm head of Diasomnia had chosen to defend NRC from whatever our head mage is now. Malleus casted a huge barrier over the entire school, and the faculty encouraged him to keep it up as they keep Crowley out of harm's way for the safety of the students. Thing is, we only thought it would last a few hours. A few days, maybe. 3 months have passed. At the start, we all thought outside help would arrive. A battalion of skilled mages would come to save the day. Eventually, we hoped the dumb bird would just exhaust himself and topple over. Neither happened. The crow still pecks at the barrier like a moth to a window. According to the Savannah Claus student, he said he saw one boat sailing off the shore, only for it to get swallowed whole by something in the ocean. Not a peep seems to have come from any townspeople or RSA even. We've been on our own, whether we like it or not. During the first few weeks, we rationed out remaining food pretty well. The signal on our phones couldn't reach the outside of the stupid magic barrier, but lucky us, they worked perfectly fine inside here. We've tried accessing the magic mirror, but the connection has been blocked off yet again by the dumb barrier. Food became our biggest concern, as all of us turned to both the faculty and house wardens on what to do. Each dorm seemed to adopt a different attitude on how to go about it. Barnstable took to agriculture pretty well. With some farm animals to begin with, they had a better head start than most of the other dorms. Students took to learning spells that could try to quickly grow crops in order to get more food on the table. Rose gardens were quickly torn to become bean and potato farms. Chicken coops were constructed out of tea party furniture. They had the most mouths to feed after all, so I don't really blame them. Professor Train found a home there, primarily to keep the most amount of students in line. Savannah Claw had gone with the eat or be eaten approach, in a sense. When civility eventually started to dissipate between factions, Leona was one of the first to start claiming materials from the school. The greenhouse and sports field were our turf to work with. We started to set up farms for the future with the help of Coach Vargas. Many of the wild animals outside of our dorm were hunted to keep plates filled. We seemed to have been in the talks with Pomfiore on some kind of collaboration, but by the time me and a few others chose to ditch, Leona was becoming too much of a dictator for my liking, and while we typically used to be a rowdy bunch before the impact, things just seemed to be escalating for the worst. It felt like a wise choice to leave before pellets hit the fan. I just realized that says pellets. And now I see. Oh, that's so fun. I like that detail. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Octavanel had plenty of water. Salt water, that is. Their main deal has been fishing and cultivating seaweed. Azul apparently has his fingers in a lot of different avenues. Jade replaced a few poor students' rooms with mushroom farms, because of course he did. What else would Jade do? I see. But their main export is fish, and taking in any outcasts for easy labor. Outcasts being RSA students who had been visiting during the impact, and NRC students who had chosen to leave their own dorm for one reason or another, or had gotten kicked out. As outcasts, we usually kind of just bum around Ramshackle and forage whatever we can get our hands on that isn't occupied by a different faction. I find it only slightly better than being treated like a second-class citizen there. Lucky Scarabia thrives with fresh water. If anyone needs to calm down or relax, many students from different factions will drop by to take a load off, or use the faction as a middle ground. Pretty sure that's the last dorm that still has chocolate and seasonings other than salt and pepper around. Never thought I'd miss the taste of things like curry. It's become a rarity as of late. Something we may never see again at this point. It was the perfect place for Sam to set up shop, insisting he's helping keep the peace between all factions this way. I think he just finds it the coziest. With the aid of Professor Carell, Pomfiore has established a chokehold on pharmaceuticals. I hear they dabble in agriculture, not architecture, agriculture, that's what that word is. I hear they dabble in agriculture. Any dorms with any type of arable soil has by now, along with soap making. But their main focus has been ensuring no student goes without medications they need, and healing those who had been injured during the impact, even if they're ramshackle. The Vice had made quick work of... The Vice had made quick work to raid the ruins of the former medical bay at school, which gave them a head start. I hear Vil doesn't even leave his dorm anymore, too busy concocting medicines and checking in on his students like a mother hen. Speaking of people who don't leave their dorm, there's Ignihide. Idia didn't even come out of his room during the first month. They apparently take care of keeping the electricity on, maintaining servers, things that don't really matter anymore aside for lights and ovens as far as I care. I don't see them doing much of anything aside from insisting they are doing something. They're pretty spineless, in my opinion. Lastly, Diasomnia. They're the only faction that has been actively thinking of ways to defeat Crowley, and to make plans to contact for help. Thanks to the barrier that everyone either hates or worships, their faction even gets to tax the rest of the factions for food and supplies, much to the displeasure of most faction heads. A lot of the Diasomnia students have been constructing defenses around school, trying to have us practice safety drills in case the barrier falters. I'd almost respect it if it wasn't for what happened last month, when one of their own went missing. I can't say I know all the details. Everyone tells a different story on what had happened that night. What we all know to be true is that one of the people looking after the sleeping dragon hasn't been seen by anyone for a month as of now. Some students talk about how drained Malleus seemed to be, what with holding the barrier for 2 months straight. Can't really blame the guy there. The thing is, people say once Malleus actually showed his face again, he looked far more refreshed than he had in weeks, and as guilt-ridden as all fire. No one wants to rock the boat, but most of us assume the poor first year isn't coming back home when all of this is over. Sooner or later, someone will have to address it. Last week, Diasomnia announced it would be starting a new program for us Ramshackles. We usually make our meals by foraging for anything around the school grounds, doing odd, risky jobs dorm leaders don't want their own students doing. One of the mer people lurks in the ponds around campus, biting whoever tries to fish there. And some guy who's got amnesia during the impact has become some form of rat man around campus ruins. Diasomnia wants to enroll Ramshackles into their own dorm, a promise that sounds too good to be true for my liking. Apparently, they'll choose one lucky student by random to offer to join their dorm once every 2 months starting next week. A lot of Ramshackles are honestly desperate enough to volunteer. Another initiative Diasomnia announced was that the Vice intends to assemble a small group of students to prepare to make a trip outside the barrier. It sounds leagues better than whatever lottery they're trying to do with us. Regardless, I don't exactly have that many waiting for me even if I got out. Looking back, I've come to realize now how many things I took for granted. Maybe volunteering wouldn't be that bad. Not like Leona's taking me or the others back anytime soon. And that is what happens when the Lord of the Crows shows up. My. I don't think so. My 2 cents. So I read this book back in the day called well, this is spoilers for the book. But I read a book back in the day called Hotel Magnifique. And in Hotel Magnifique, there is someone that is needing of magic power, and they just kind of take the magic power from others, but that doesn't kill them, technically. So, who knows what Malleus did? Maybe he just consumed their magic. They may not be dead, but they may not be wanting to come out of their hidey hole because they're now ashamed they don't have magic. Who knows? I think only our author knows, and I don't know that they're going to tell us. But this is a very fun concept. It's a very, very fun concept to kind of figure out who, like, everybody would do. What would they do in this sort of a crisis? How would they cope? How would things happen? How would everything go, man? How would everything go? Well, there is a chapter 2, so if you're interested. Chapter 2. We will not be reading chapter 2 tonight. But, there you go, man. There you go. It is dark. It is dark, but it is dark in a very tasteful way. It's dark in a tasteful way. So, thank you so much for your submission. It was delightful in its own way. Not delightful in the same way as the fluff, but man, oh man, it was still very, very fun. Very, very interesting. Interesting for sure. Oh, okay, there we go. Every once in a while, the wheel just pauses on me. And it does not like being tabbed out, let me tell you that much. Alrighty. Should we figure out what our next... Oopsie, I keep doing that, man. Nope, that's not it. We're not ending. We are here. We are staying. That was not... We are finding our next Vic. We are good to go. My. Monster Raven College. My. This is another one from one of our lovely community members. You are right there in chat. I see you. We are going to read the first chapter of Monsters, because this is a big series, right? This is a longer series, I believe. There's multiple chapters, multiple things going on, all that good stuff, right? But we'll read the first one. There's a little introduction, just a little, sampling of the fic, of course, in the vein with all the other ones. But all right, are we ready? Are we think? All right, which one is it? I got a 50-50 shot. Yay! All right, some of the tags are getting cut off by the chair, but I'm gonna read them out. So this is a teen and ups. There are some depictions of violence, but I don't believe the first chapter has them very much in the way that I think this tag is meant to be used, right? It is MM, male, loving male. We have Kaleem with Ruggy and Silver as a grouping. Kaleem and Silver, Ruggy and Silver, Kaleem and Ruggy, all of them. Ethel and Jack, Azul and Jamil, Scully and Sebek, and Deuce and Ace. And of course we have, so there's no ships in chapter 1. So, but if you are going to read the rest of the fic, then there are going to be ships, right? So this is just the generic information. They're all later. So let me preface. No ships in chapter 1. And then we got monsters. And some mayhem. And angst. And I think that pretty much covers it for one. As a precaution, how has Grim been in the past fics? I mean, he's been good. He was playing Spell Drive in the 1, and then he came in and took a nap. he's not played as major a role as you might think. But he's been a pretty good boy. But anyway, other characters included are Silver, Ace, Deuce, Jack, Apple, Sebek, Ortho, Riddle, Leona, Azul, Jamil, Vil, Idia, Malleus, Lilia, Trey, Cater, Ruggy, Floyd, Jade, Kaleem, Rook, Kurel, Crowley, Train, Vargas. Gino's here! Gino and Fellow are here! Oh, hello! Scully and then Rolo. Oh, I guess because they're part of Ramshackle, right? So basically everyone. Then we have Fae and Fairies, Werewolves, Sirens, Gorgons, Nymphs and Dryads, Cyborgs, Alternate Universe, Not Beta Red, Vampires, Silver Needs a Hug. So those are all of the tags, even the ones that you can't quite see because of the chair. So that is the entirety of the tagging for this one. Again, only certain things come up in chapter 1. Yeah, we'll read the summary. Night Raven College is more than just a school for magic. It's a school for monsters. Werewolves, vampires, robots, the Fae, and more. All sorts of creatures attend to NRC. Nothing could possibly go wrong. No one will have a secret romance. None of the werewolves will be let loose in the school. None of the vampires will be biting people. None of the sirens will make deals with half the student body. Of course not. And nothing is wrong with Ramshackle, says Dyer Crowley. So there you go. Alrighty, shall we get into chapter 1? Welcome to Night Raven College. Are we all ready? Are we all comfy? Are we all good to go? Alrighty, I'm gonna have a sip of my tea and then we are going to start. Sebek Zigvolt had adapted to the feeling of being inside a coffin. When the coffin opened up, he did not hesitate to step out. He took his seat. Oh wait, hold on. Do you want me to read this as me, or you want me to read this as Silver? No. I have a feeling I know the answer, but like, I forgot to ask you. I'm sorry. As me, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, take two. Zebek Zigvolt had adapted to the feeling of being inside a coffin. When the coffin opened up, he did not hesitate to step out. He took his seat and waited. He was probably at the end of the line. Great, he'd had plenty of time to prepare a speech for Malleus. The headmaster quickly stepped up to the stage. Good evening, students, and welcome to the prestigious Night Raven College, the best school for magical monsters such as yourself. The headmaster scoffed. Unlike those sunny, happy cans of pixie dust at RSA, or, he shuddered, that public school. A red-haired boy with pointy ears coughed behind him. Ah, right, of course, the headmaster nodded. I am Headmaster Tyre Crowley, and at this academy you will learn all the skills you need to exceed in life. Whether you must control your abilities, hone your transformations, or unlock your magical potential. This school has chosen 7 of the greatest monsters in history to act as the spiritual dorm leaders. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. The Queen of Hearts, the Queen of the Fairies' Court of Spring, whose strictness led to her miraculous reign. King of Beasts, a ruler of Therinthrops, who ruled with compassion and persistence, uniting the species under his care. The Sea Witch, a benevolent kraken woman who helped all those of the waters, skies, and land. The Sorcerer of the Sand, a snake man whose mindfulness as an advisor led the kingdom to prosperity. The Fairest Queen, a beautiful nymph with a tenacity, saving thousands under her care. The King of the Underworld, a diligent guide and ruler who invented the creation of artificial life. And finally, but of course not least, the Thorn Fairy, who gave up her wings to pursue true nobility as a queen of the vampire, uniting the race. Sebek was so proud. He had dreamed of attending this school. Ever since Silver was accepted the year before, he'd wanted to attend just to exceed him. He wasn't even a real vampire. Whoa! Oh, I see. Let's begin the dorm selections. Sebek turned out as the excessive listing of names began. There must have been 200 students there. He was in the last row, second to last seat. A few rows ahead, 2 boys with blood, sorry, not blonde. I was like, the blonde of the Feywild, what? Blood of the Feywild. A few rows ahead, 2 boys with blood. I almost said blonde again. Okay, hold on. A few rows ahead, 2 boys with blood of the Feywild began to whisper. Hey, the red-haired one smiled. I'm Ace. The blue-haired one threw the hood of his robes over his head. Hey, Ace Whisper shouted. Don't do that, I saw the ears. Maybe I'm just a really old vampire. Ace rolled his eyes. So what kind of elf are you? High elf, wood elf? He gasped. Are you a drow? The blue-haired one groaned. I'm a wood elf, okay? Can you shut up? No, Ace said calmly. Aren't you excited? What dorm do you think you're getting? My. The blue-haired one looked at him like he was an idiot. Hartzlable, obviously. Ooh, okay. Okay, maybe, but do you know anything about the dorm? They didn't say a lot in the acceptance letter. At this point, the blue-haired boy stopped paying attention. A small boy with a lavender hair stepped before the mirror. In your blood, I see the ripeness of apples. A well-maintained orchard, the mirror spoke. Well, yes, but Palm Fiore. Ah, but Mr. Fellmer. The headmaster held out a hand and Apple walked himself down the stairs. So cool, Ace whispered. I can't wait. Shortly after, a large burly man with a wolf tail peeking out of his robes stepped up to the mirror. Your heart yearns for a run in the wild, surrounded by those you love. The wolf had no arguments. Savannah Claw. Of course, the wolf turned to return to his seat. Wow, that dude was big, Ace mumbled. He turned back to the blue-haired boy. Hey, you know what clubs there will be? Oh, I hope there's a track club, the boy said. I'm real athletic. Me too, Ace said. I want to do, like, basketball. Do you play basketball? A little, the blue-haired boy got excited, but then slumped back down. I shouldn't be talking to you. Eventually, their row got called. The boys both stood up and followed the line up to the stage. The two boys were in the middle of the end of the row, so they waited. A Frankenstein boy stepped up in front of the mirror. His limbs were a mix of greenish flesh and metal. I see electric joy in you, one that creates a heart your body lacks. The boy just nodded. Ignihide. Thank you, sir. He excitedly floated off. Whoa, that kid was weird. Can you shut up? Oh, I didn't read Ace commented, but anyway. Ace commented that kid was weird. And then, can you shut up? The boy behind Ace said. After a while, Crowley asked the blue-haired boy for his name. Deuce Spade, he said, and he stepped up in front of the mirror. You are a strict one, You are a strict young one. You wish to achieve greatness. Deuce looked like he had a thought, but he stayed silent. Hartzlable. Deuce bowed and returned to his seat. Ace followed him, taking a place in front of the mirror. Ah, it has been a long time since I witnessed the untamed chaos of the Feywild. Wait, though. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I was about to say, wait, didn't we already meet two people that had the blood of the Feywild? But that's Ace and Deuce. that's the two of them. Never mind. Anyway, yeah, Hartzlable. Wait, Deuce shouted. No, I'll be in the same dorm as him. Mr. Spade, sit down. Deuce followed the headmaster's instructions. Ace soon sat next to him. So, excited to room together? You're a fae? Deuce asked. Yeah, Ace smiled. I'm a sprite. A wind sprite. Why didn't you say that? Deuce asked. I assumed you'd ask. I mean, I got the ears. Ace pointed to his own pointed ears. You... After an age, the final student stepped up to the mirror, a green-haired vampire. You are devoted to your cause, but I can tell you have not yet reached your true strength. Sebek did nothing but stand in pride. Diasomnia. Naturally. Sebek walked down. As he was halfway down the walkway, the doors to the chamber burst open. A strange gray ball of fur jumped onto Sebek's face. He screamed, trying to pry the fur ball off his face. The red-haired house warden and the silver-haired house warden ran to help pull off the flaming mess on his face. The creature jumped off Sebek's face and launched itself onto the stage. Ha 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 ha! The creature shouted. I am here, and I will become the greatest monster of all. Somebody stop it! The gray-haired house warden shouted. Couldn't be me, the lion house warden moaned. Can this be over already? From the ground around the furball, red vines sprouted. They wrapped their tendrils around the neck of the creature, who squealed as he noticed. The tendrils quickly moved away, leaving only a red, white, and black flower around his neck. Hey, what gives? That should tamper your power, the red-haired house warden said. He grabbed the back of the furball's neck as he was handed to the headmaster. Thank you, Rose Hearts. Why don't you gather up your new students? Of course, headmaster. Riddle stood at the head of the stage. Hello, I am Brittle Rosehearts, house warden of Hartzlable. If you are one of my students, please rise. Ace and Deuce stood up, along with a decent portion of the student body. Riddle stepped down the walkway, and the students of the Feywild followed them. Mr. Ashengrado, you are already here. You go next. Crowley gestured vaguely. The silver-haired house warden pushed up his glasses. I am Azul Ashengrado, house warden of Octavanel. Please follow me. The next 4 house wardens followed their example. Leona Kingscholar took the werewolves. Kaleem Alasim and a Gorgon who came with him took all the snakes. and some ethereal beauty gathered all the nymphs and nature spirits. The floating tablet collected all the robots and automatons. That's Idia's shroud, Crowley stated. You will meet him in person at the dorm. Yay, the tablet groaned. When everyone else was gone, it left only the vampires. The students looked around, muttering to each other. Crowley leaned into the mirror as if it would respond. Did we forget to invite Malleus? Hold on! Through the doors came a small, batty man. He ran up to the stage, turning on his heels. The small man smiled. Hi, I'm Lilia Vanrouge. I am your vice house warden. I'm sorry Malleus Draconia couldn't make it. He is very busy. Please follow me. Sebek stood up and followed Lilia out the door. He was disappointed by the absence of Malleus, but he would have to settle. He truly was a busy man. Crowley was once again alone in the mirror chamber. Well, save for the gray, hairy monster. What are you? Crowley asked. I'm Grim, the creature smiled. I'm gonna be the best monster in the world. And that is where this little prologue ends. It is a very interesting concept. I think it works really well. All the classic movie monster type monsters, right? And mythological beings that you've assigned, kind of everyone. I feel like it works. I feel like it works. It'll be very, very interesting. Yeah, there will likely be another stream like this at some point in the future, depending on what you guys like and want and desire. I feel like this is a fun time. I'm having a good time. I hope y'all are having a good time. But it was very cute. It was very, very cute. Thank you so much for submitting it. I liked it a lot. I'm very interested to see where it goes after this. But it's a very interesting concept. It's a very interesting setup. I like the interactions. I feel like they're pretty true to canon for at least Ace and Deuce, who are really the only two that get kind of interactions. At least in this, but I think it's gonna be so fun. It goes in many directions, I'm sure. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. For giving us this lovely little time. Alrighty, should we find another one? Yeah, I mean, if you guys really like this concept, we can keep doing fanfic streams. Like, eventually we could maybe even theme them if y'all want to. We could have like a silver fanfic night or whatever. I don't know. Things for the future. Right now though. Right now though, we gotta keep reading some fics. We got so many more fics. All right, shall we find another one? Let's see. Aha, I did it right this time. I did it right. It is the parent-tutor-teacher conferences! Yay! It is you again. I think the wheel is increasing the percentages for the ones that are user-created as we go on and as they're removed. I have a funny feeling that that is what's happening, because it looks like some of them are getting bigger, while the other ones aren't quite so. So I'm gonna have to go through and double-check the whatchamacallit. I'm just gonna go through and double check all the percentages real quick, and then we'll go back to yours, and we will have another one of your lovely fictions that you have written for us today. Yeah, let me double check the percentages. Yeah, some of them are at like 4%, some of them are at 5%, and then one of them is at 7%. So let me make them a little more equal real quick, so that way we don't have. Alright, so we got 4%, 6%, 4%, 4%, 4, and 4, and 4, and 4. There we go. Okay, now they are a little bit more equitable. Alright, perfect. So the wheel is a little bit better. I thought it would just automatically adjust them. I didn't think it was going to keep giving them points as more things went away, but so it goes. Alrighty. Well, Well, I believe it's time for us to go to a parent-teacher conference. Family shenanigans, right? Shenanigans. More or less what this is. Lilia is Silver's dad. Spoiler. Oh, hold on. Spoiler alert. Lilia is Silver's dad. There you go. There we are. Family shenanigans. Fantastic. Fantastic. Alrighty. Silver Nox, please. Okay, I will continue. I will not morph into the rat. I will not morph into the rat. But this is a general fic. It is about a parent-student-teacher conference. And it is Silver and Lilia as, you know, parental and child. Moses Train is here, so along with Corel, Vargas, Lilia, and Silver, obviously. And it is just fluff. We are so fully back on the fluff train for right now. Silver's father is called for a parent-teacher conference. So that is the plot. That is the the overall plot. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Just getting some tea from my throat. Fluff is like it's the fan fiction term for stuff that is like happy and good and wholesome and just makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, like a fluffy cloud or like some cotton candy. It's like that sort of a thing. Just, yeah, fuzzy warmness, nice, sugary, you know, those sorts of things. Alrighty. Yeah, opposite of angst, basically. Basically. Alrighty. So, Train had immediately noticed something wrong with one of his newest freshmen. Silver was his name, no surname on file, and he'd taken up the habit of falling asleep in his class. Apparently, that happened in every class. Corel said the boy had fallen asleep during labs on more than one occasion. Vargas said the poor boy had once fallen asleep in the locker rooms, causing a classmate to report him. Train's first instinct was to tell the house warden, but when Corel told Malleus, he simply shrugged. That's just how Silver is, Malleus said. The condition continued. This was a telltale sign of something bad happening at home, something the poor boy hadn't quite recovered from yet. So, Train made a risky bet. With Crowley's approval, he sent an email to Silver's listed guardian to discuss the situation. Train, Vargas, and Corel waited in a classroom for Silver and his father to arrive. To be honest, Corel admitted, I'm a bit excited to meet the parents of one of our students. I know, Train said. We never get a chance to meet them. Our students are always so well-behaved, or the parents say no. Vargas added, I wonder what kind of a guy could possibly raise a kid like that. I mean, Silver's a sleepy little airhead, but he's serious and muscular. I gotta know who. I'm here! The teachers looked up to the classroom door. In came Silver, who they expected, and Lilia Vanrouge, the vice house warden of Diasomnia, both still in their dorm uniform. It is you, Lilia! Wow, you came back just in time for the parent-teacher conference. Oh my. Oh, what serendipity! What serendipity at last! Oh, man. Corel managed. Thank you for dropping him off, Mr. Vanrouge, but you can't stay. This is a parent-teacher conference. I know, Lilia said. He pulled his hand up and pinched Silver on the cheek. I just couldn't miss this for my boy. Silver ignored the pinching as if it was normal. Lilia, Train tried to reason, this is no laughing matter. We must meet with Silver's father. I know, Lilia repealed, now slightly annoyed. That's why I am here. I'm his father. Excuse me? They knew Lilia's invitation was old. They didn't think it was have a child old. Exactly, he is the father. Lilia sat down in the chair left for him. Silver took a seat next to him. Now, Lilia continued, What do you want to discuss? Lilia seemed almost excited. Father? Silver asked. Oh, I'm sorry, kiddo. Lilia tried to calm down. I've never gotten to do this before. Sebek's mom made it seem so boring, but I'm having a lot of fun. Lilia, Train shouted. Is this an elaborate joke? Has Silver paid you to play the part of his father? I have you know, Train, the only payment I expect from raising Silver is eventual grandchildren. But not yet, right, kiddo? Of course, Silver said. I have to finish my academics before I can even consider it. Lilia proudly smiled. Such a good kid. The teachers sat there, in shock. Lilia, Train repeated, this is no time for joking. We know this is a game. I just graded your tests, which is ageist, Train. Y'all know he's old, but like, saying that he can't be Silver's father because you just graded his tests, I feel like you're making a lot of presumptions, Train. Lilia's face shifted from excitable to serious. He opened up his briefcase. Wait, no, Lilia brought a whole briefcase. Oh my gosh. He opened up his briefcase and smacked a piece of paper onto the desk. Is that enough proof? The paper was a certificate of adoption from the Briar Valley, listing the legal guardian as Lilia and Silver as the child's name. The document was also signed by Queen Maleficia herself. Train took a look over. It seemed legit. I have more, Lilia said. He pulled out a collection of photos. Oh no, the baby pictures. Oh, he came prepared. Yeah, he did. Oh, yes, he did. He pulled out a collection of photos held together with a rubber band. He displayed a few of the photos over the desk. One depicted a much younger Silver, maybe 3 or 4, holding a plush rabbit. Another showed a much older Silver, 14 as the photo showed, in front of a very disgusting-looking birthday cake. Another showed Lilia in the picture, with a toddler Silver walking towards him, his young age and Lilia's face of pure joy giving the photo a warm hue. On the back, a caption added to the warmth, with Silver's first steps written in black marker. Yeah, Silver is still there, but I feel like Silver's the kind of kiddo that would not be embarrassed by this at all. He'd just be like, yeah, this is a normal Tuesday. Yeah, he's my dad. You know, that's just, yeah, that happened when I was little. I don't know, man. Lilia, Krill managed. Listen, I know it's complicated and a little strange, but I'm his father. I've always been his father. And you called for me. Vargas turned to Silver. Is this true, kid? Yes, Silver said. That's me in all those photos. I don't know why, but it strikes me as so funny that would be the piece of evidence that Silver's like, duh, can't you see? I'm in the picture. I don't know. Oh, this is very delightful. You still have that? Lilia held up a picture of Silver, no older than 2, his face covered in cake, looking into the nothingness with the derpiest face ever seen. Oh, my, that's a bit embarrassing, Silver said. Anyway, Lilia said, collecting his photos, I think you've seen enough. This isn't about me, this is about my son. Tell me what was so important that you called me here. Train took a heavy sigh. Your son has been falling asleep in class a lot lately. We wanted to bring this up to you, his father. Oh, that's just how Silver is, Lilia excused. He's been like that ever since I adopted him. He falls asleep very easily. Did the orphanage say something about this? Train asked. No, Lilia said. I found Silver abandoned with only a few items in his cradle. I took him in immediately. That's why Her Majesty signed it, not another official. She owed me a favor, so I had her legalize his adoption. She was quite charitable about it, Silver added. Always said it was nothing compared to all she owed Father. Yeah, Lilia said, somewhat awkwardly. Silver was always like that, falling asleep nonstop. He was a very well-behaved child in that way. I hoped he'd grow out of it, but he didn't. Do you know what causes his narcolepsy? Probably a family condition, Lilia said. Again, since I found him abandoned and have no access to genetic medical history, I find it easy to wake him up, but I suppose it would present a problem in class. Train offered a smile. Silver, would you be interested in taking a DNA test? It would give you access to a medical history and explain your narcolepsy. That's a wild thing to ask, Train. That's a wild thing to just bring up, Train. Hey, kid, I know we're talking in front of your adoptive father, but do you want to know where you actually come from? Oh, man. Lilia briefly flashed a face of sheer horror. Nah, I'm good, Silver said. To be honest, I thought Lilia was my biological father until I was older. I've never had a desire to learn about my biological family. Really? Cruel asked. Well, I do wonder about it, sure, but I don't need a replacement. I have my father, and I have many happy memories with him. Why think about someone else? Lilia sighed in relief. Train thought for a moment. Okay, Silver, I can only recommend you go to a doctor about this. Make sure it is truly natural. Aside from that, I can only recommend coffee and other energy drinks. But not too much, Vargas added. They're bad for your health, and when it wears off, you'll crash harder than a bull with red sunglasses. Lilia ignored Vargas's strange metaphor. He collected his items and looked to Silver. I think we're done. Thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. Come on, let's get back to the dorm before dinner. Silver stood up and followed Lilia to the door. Are you mad at me, Father? Silver asked. Of course not, Lilia said. It was bound to happen eventually. I knew the game I was playing. I'm just happy it wasn't anything worse. I thought you were fighting kids. What? Silver asked. Father, I would never. I know, Lilia smiled. My sweet little boy. Lilia got on his tippy toes and ruffled Silver's hair. Now come on. The father and son rushed out into the hallway. The three teachers were left in shock. What exactly were they going to do with all of this information? Bye. How delightful. Oh, this was a very fun one. This was very funny. I liked it. It was quite cute. It was quite cute. Yet another banger, man. A fluffy little guy. A fluffy little one. My. Delightful. Absolutely. Oops. Fantastic. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway. I don't know. It was such a cute idea. I can absolutely imagine them being scared and being like, what? What happened? Huh? Who? How? That's why I think they decided to keep that, Crowley, let's not act like you're shocked. Fair. If Crowley was there, you would have just had to been silent the whole time. Yeah, the briefcase was so funny. It just suddenly manifested, and I was like, what? Huh? But with the baby pictures and everything else, it made sense. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your lovely submission. Thank you. It was truly delightful. Truly. Yeah, the baby photos were so funny. It was a good time. Alrighty, should we pick out another one? Should we maybe pick out another one to read? Perhaps. Now that all the odds are fixed. Let's see. Let us see. Oh, pumpkin pie. I believe this will be our first actual ship fic. I believe in Steve. I'm pretty sure. But it's one that I don't think many of us will find particularly offensive. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. It's not a ship fic. It has the character I thought was in it, but it is not a ship fic. It is not. We are not shipping. I don't think there's background ships, but there's no shipping in it, I believe. It is very much platonic. My bad. There's another one that has to do with pumpkins, I think, that is a shipping fic, but this one's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. Yeah, you truly shouldn't ship people in boxes. That is fair. That is fair. Yeah, it has Scully in it. This is a fic with Scully in it. Scully is here. Oh, that's not the layer that I need. There we go. Warning, Scully exists. Kinda. I think this is one of the kinda ones. Platonic. PG ships, but no deets. I believe. Okay, let's just read the tags before I continue finishing. But anyway, Scully needs a trigger warning. Well, you know, some people may not know about Scully. I don't know who, but maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't want Scully. Maybe they don't like Scully. I'm kind of a little sad that there were no Ernesto fics recommended to me, but I also don't know if many of them even exist out there either. I don't know how many people are writing for Ernesto. Scully's way more popular. And Rolo too. I think there's a decent amount of Rolo fics. I don't frequent the boards, so I don't know, man. But anyway, this is a teens and ups audiences fic. Creator chose not to use warnings for the archive. It is in the general category is of Twisted Wonderland. We have Scully and you, the player of Twisted Wonderland, as a platonic ship. Is it called the ship if it's platonic? No, it's not called the ship if it's platonic, right? It's just platonic. They're platonic. There's minor background relationships. You and everyone is platonic. Scully and Sebek is platonic. Scully exists. You exist. So does Ace, Deuce, Jack, Apple, Sebek, and Ortho. Ghost Scully. So that's why he only kind of exists. Platonic pairing. Thank you. Pairing. That's it. I knew there was like another word. Yeah, and means it's a friendship. Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's what platonic means. Right? I'm not going crazy, right? I knew ship was the wrong word for platonic, so it's just a platonic pairing. And yeah, okay. Cool. Anyway, Ghost Scully exists. Very normal friend behaviors. I don't know what this word is. Mieruko ghost rules of don't look at it and it will leave you alone. First year gang, first year friendship, ace POV, third person POV, a magicless you, platonic relationships, platonic jealousy if you squint. You has scars and other assorted injuries from magical mishaps of being in NRC, but I don't think anything is particularly, I don't think anything's described. I think they just have, injuries like that you would get from scuffling, if I remember correctly. Riddle and Trey are mentioned. Ramshackle. Scully is kind of clingy, but it's also been at least a century. Give him a break. The ghost rules are not working. Emotional support ghosts. I'd say good sleep and a feeling of safety is beneficial to emotions. No magic you means no magic healing you. There you have it. This is part of a series of works called the Ghost Scully Fics. There is quite a bit of them. But this is the one that's called Pumpkin Pie. And since it was not written by a member of the community to my knowledge, I just get to read it in my voice. And it's great. And I don't have to worry about the rat. Yay! Alrighty, but I think the summary is also important in this one, so we'll read this one as well. Everyone knows that there is a spirit clinging to you. The best thing to do is ignore it. Acknowledging it means it does exist, and it will eat away at your magic through your treacherous imagination until it becomes a real nuisance. Listen, guys, I'm not feeling 100% today, and if I have to do the SilverRoseofLight voice, I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to keep it up. That is my only hesitation. If you want it, I will give it to you for your fic, but If I have to do it the entire time, it's not gonna do well for my throat. My throat is already hurting. That is my only hesitation with the rat. That's my only hesitation. Yeah, he's just eating popcorn and enjoying. That's all. No, it's fine. We've only been doing this for like an hour. We have so many more fics to do. I will eventually have to go refresh my tea, and I might pop a Ricola just so that my throat feels a little bit better. But no, we'll continue. We'll continue. It's okay. I am feeling a little bit better than I was before stream, so I don't for what that's worth. but the throat thing will probably be a thing for at least him, because I have to. Anyway, let's just continue on with the fic. We're fine. We're fine. It's okay. I'm not meaning to be dramatic. It's fine. It's okay. Everyone knows if there's a ghost. All the things. You doesn't know that, though. They don't have magic, but that doesn't stop the spirit around their shoulders from getting a little more solid every time their friends see them. Or you as haunted, this may or may not be a problem. That is the overarching theme, I think, of this series of work, because I think this isn't the only one in this ghost series that was recommended. I think there was a couple. But we're reading this one right now. The pumpkin pie one. There is something wrong with you. Not to say there isn't usually something wrong with them. Being a magicless human in a magic school meant they were pretty vulnerable to even the smallest mishaps, and that a fair share of people weren't going to like having them around. It wasn't unusual to find them with some new burns or bruises, or even messed up fingers until Deuce taught them how to properly throw a punch. And while they didn't have a magician's powers, they had some of a magician's pride, which meant it could take a while until anyone really noticed something was wrong. It didn't help that healing magic didn't work, since there wasn't any magic in them to latch onto and hurry the recovering process along. So you had scars and bandages and a resignation to the futility of showing anything but a smile. It's better that Ortho's around now. He snuck some of his precision gear tech into his school getup so he can discreetly scan them for anything. Also, you likes Ortho, and cuddling Ortho, and he likes it too, so he can get close without them getting too suspicious. But there's something wrong with you that isn't their ability to collect magically induced injuries like stamps. See, the thing is, you's haunted. Isn't you always haunted, one might ask? And yeah, they were. 3 ghosts had made Ramshackle their home, and they were pretty nice housemates if you's words were anything to go by. You, though, hadn't been able to settle for that. No, they just had to go and get themselves super haunted. Ace blames the painting. Even before the parasite actually started being visible, before it started looking like some long dead guy that should have stayed dead and looked more like some hallucination or floater from all the old dorm's dust, he could say that the weirdness started after you brought the thing to Ramshackle. It didn't talk, it didn't move, it didn't even blink. But the eyes were way too alive for a normal painting. He would have sworn that it was staring at him, that those orange eyes would shift if he wasn't looking at it straight on. Its eerie aliveness was part of the problem, because if it wasn't so lifelike, then you probably wouldn't have brought it in. He looked sad, you said, when he asked why they'd cleaned out another room just for the portrait and put candles and candies and some books on a table below it like it was a fucking shrine. He said, it's a painting, it can't even talk. It was someone once, they said. And it'd be kind of mean to just let it collect dust in some hallway somewhere after it's been in storage for so long. They really got attached to the stupidest things. Look where it got them. One grim, and now some ghost that even other ghosts couldn't see, ergo super haunted. And it's in them. Like, actually in them sometimes, when it's not just hovering around, but there's got to be some kind of invasion of personal space. It will stick its hand in theirs when their hand shakes, or step in their feet when they're about to trip, and suddenly they'll be steady. Not that they notice. They should feel it. The spirit's full of magic despite it being nowhere near Halloween. You've never been able to sense that stuff, though. Even so, Ace can't help but wonder how they could be so unaware of it when it's so clingy. The spirit likes to drape its arms around you's shoulder and rest its chin on their head, nuzzling them like a teddy bear as it looks at them or around. It likes to float or walk behind them, like some freaky slasher on the prowl. It likes to call their name. You, dear, you, careful, you. It's been doing that since it started manifesting. Jack looked a little relieved when he figured out it was the source of the whispers he'd been hearing around you. He heard it before he smelt it, and smelt it before he saw it. But mostly, Jack was wary like the rest of them. It likes to call Sebek too. Oh, does it now? Doesn't like to call Sebek too. Is this the background shipping that we were warned about? Oh man. It likes Sebek. Well, it's probably again the platonic thing, but it likes Sebek for some reason. It will follow him around when he's present and entertain his monologues on Malleus Draconia, the perfect greatest being to ever exist, long after everyone else has mentally checked out. The only reason it isn't as touchy-feely with him could be because the one time it got too close, it yelped like it got shocked by the static. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's wild. Oh, that's very interesting. My oh my oh my. So it mostly stays with you and in you, which is pretty fucked up, in Ace's humble opinion. It was a jump scare when he asked you for notes and they turned to him with glowing eyes because you was falling asleep and it decided to lend a hand. Eyes. Brain? Are you sure you don't feel weird? About what? Anything? Everything? Same old stuff, they shrugged. And that wasn't an entirely good thing either, because Ace could swear that they haven't been breathing right since Leona's overblot stuck sand in their lungs, that their hand got some kind of nerve damage where Ville's acidic magic burned. I mean, I've been sleeping better, I guess. The spirit seemed to smile at that. Ace would have given it the middle finger if he could, but you're not supposed to deal with this kind of spirit with anything but indifference. You shouldn't be nice, but you shouldn't be rude. You shouldn't talk about it because everyone knows that if you talk about it, that it becomes real. If it's too real already, if the way Riddle and Trey pointedly do not look at it during Yu's visits to Heartsthable mean anything. Oh no! Oh, Scully. Scully's becoming a problem. Grim is of no help whatsoever. It might be his fault that the spirit's around, since it gives him scratches and indulges his own monologues and sneaks him the treats Yu's hidden on the higher shelves. Scully, no, you can't feed the gremlin after midnight. Oh dear. Oh gosh. My goodness. The brat's happy to have another minion. The spirit seems content with having Grim's attention, though it looks at you and Sebek a lot. It being around might also be Sebek's fault. Early on, he talked to the painting. Looked at it though Ace knew he was talking to the spirit at the side, which meant he was acknowledging it and ruining the plan. Through a very convoluted, Malleus-filled one-sided speech, Sebek offered to help the spirit pass on, or to be haunted instead for the sake of Yu's pathetic human health. The ghost sounded fond when it replied, but clearly chose neither. Ace isn't sure exactly what the spirit thinks of him. It doesn't hate him, though. Probably. It flicks him with icy fingers when he suggests you do anything like lie or steal, even as a joke. But sometimes in the middle of a test, and he's stuck, it will float by and point to a letter. Its answer's usually correct. Ace makes sure not to mark anything while it's there, or he'll ignore it and mark the wrong answer, then change it when he's not looking, or skip until it's gone. It still chuckles when it glances at him. He thinks it's more bored than sad, to want to help anyone with a test for all its protests about cheating being improper. Probably deserves it. If the ghost hated him, it would be messing with him the way it does the idiots who pick on you. It would be growing roots on the ground to trip him or ruin his homework, or slipping things into a cauldron that even he knew shouldn't go in the mix. Oh, so Scully's like protecting you in a way. He's getting payback at the other kiddos, huh? Oh, that's wild. If he grins at a karmic trick, that's just because anyone would. And if he adds some candies to the pile Yu's made later that day when the spirit's with them somewhere else in Ramshackle, it's because he's humoring you. He's not a fan of licorice anyway. Why he had licorice to begin with is nobody's business. So Ace, are you giving... Wait, is Ace the one that's giving the candy, right? Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah. Ace is the one doing all that stuff. Okay, I got confused for a second, but Ace is giving Scully licorice. Man, Ace! Ace! Ace doesn't know if he hates it, after all. It's still a bother. It's still something taking advantage of you somehow, he's sure. It's still too clingy. but he can live with it until it leaves. He is, kind of, with how much he and Deuce are staying in Ramshackle these days. As much of a pain as Riddle can be, the dorm head hasn't said a word since he and Deuce started rooming at Ramshackle more. Riddle went, you and Deuce do better grades when it's you tutoring you two, and left it at that. It's not hurting you, at least. They can't see the damn thing. If they could, it probably wouldn't be as openly affectionate as it is. But they have been sleeping better these days. Even when he's not the one at Ramshackle for the night, he thinks whoever's turn it is to keep them company is probably seeing the same sight. The spirit coming over once everyone is asleep, or pretending to, and simply sitting by you. Sometimes it hums a tune or strokes their hair, but mostly it's just there. So the tea's working? Ethel asked. His grandma had sent some over when he asked what she'd do for insomnia. The spirit said it was nice of him, and Ethel did nothing. Ethel had a good poker face, had old folks and their superstitions train him how to keep calm and blind in the face of wraiths. You shrugged as they sat back on the bench for a breather. I don't know. Maybe it's because you guys are around more? Feels less lonely? Safer, maybe? You is safer. They don't have a magic and a wand, nothing but a shiny stick in their hand. But a misfired fireball didn't leave as bad a burn as it should have. They got slashed on a broken teacup and relented to him trying a healing spell, and the cut was gone in 3 days. Not a scar in its place. Someone went crashing their way during flying practice for the 3rd time that month. They had the worst luck. And when Deuce flung them to the side with magic because he knew he couldn't reach them fast enough, they were dazed, but fine when they'd usually get at least some kind of dislocation. The ghost was wrapped around them, and it glared at the unlucky flyer. The broom was already in a bad state, but the vines wove around it until it was crushed to splinters. Everyone else was too busy fretting over you to notice. The spirit smiled down at them, muttered about how easily they got in trouble the way he would complain about them being jinxed. Ace can live with it. You is living with it, and you seems content despite their ignorance. Ortho's sensors don't pick up on anything, but Jack said that you smells like, a little like, all of them beneath Ramshackle's dust and varnish. Roses and playing card, ink, and tea, sand and leather, glassed apple cider, and a meadow's petrichor, and hearth smoke on circuits. Lately, they've started to smell of amber and vellum and pumpkin pie. There, we got the title of the fic. Still annoying, though, whenever he finds the spirit curling around you, grinning at him in what he's sure is smugness. My, what a delightful little scully fic. What a delightful little scully fic. Oh my, oh my, oh my. This was delightful. I like this one a lot. I like the little Scully fics, the emotional support ghost, yeah. It's quite a cute little, it's a cute little thought, right? It's a very cute little thought. And to have them be like, oh well, you know, we should put the picture here, and then we should also give it some candy, and then we should also light some candles. And now it just protects you, you know? It's a good time, man. It's a good time. I don't think Crowley cares as much about the painting, to be fair. I'm pretty sure you would have had to ask for it, and Crowley would have been like, yeah, sure, whatever. Fine. Yeah, okay. That would be my guess as to how it got there. If I had to hazard a guess. Yeah, it's safe. I'm sure it's okay. Anyway, thank you so much for your submission. Twas a delightful tale. Twas. And now we have to find another one. We gotta go find another one. We have so many. I wonder if it's going to continue the trend of the recommending back-to-back fics or not. I guess we'll have to find out, shall we? Which one shall it be? Aha! Hunting Idia for sport it is. This one is also kind of funny. Alrighty, Idia for sport. Where is Idia for sport? Where are you? Idia for sport. Where are you? Hold on. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Here we are. There we go. The link is here now. Perfect. All right. This one says Idia hunting for sport, but he's not. He's not gonna die. No one's shooting arrows at him. It's fine. No warning. Idia be spooked, but no harm. No foul. No foul. That's not how that's spelled. Just an octopus and water guns. There we go. It is a ship fic, but the shipping is light. Oh, I should put that. Okay, so hold on. I need to add that as well. Idia / Azul light ship. There we go. So if anyone is offended by that particular pairing, yeah, no Idia's just be spooked, but no harm, no foul. Just octopus and border gun. We're good. It's a very fun read. I remember this one very fondly from my screen. So this is male. This is a Azul Idia ship. It is in fact a ship, but the shipping is light from what I remember. It's, you know, I don't think they smooch at all, so it's very, very light. Characters, of course, being Idia, Azul, Jade, Floyd, Ortho, random students, you know, the main players. Additional tags, we have water, bets and wagers, hunting down a poor nerd who just wants to be left alone, curiosity, humor, and Twisttober prompts. So I guess this is part of a Twisttober series. I don't know what the prompts were. It says prompts day 5 water, so I guess that's what it is. I'm just gonna start the fic because the summary, it basically gives the plot away. But hunting Idia for sports. We're gonna hunt him for sports. There we go. My. Here we are. On a rainy day at Night Raven College, some of the students find themselves with more time on their hands than usual due to the canceling of their club activities. In particular, a group of first years have gathered in an alcove of the hallway to chat. It's really raining a lot today, huh? Yeah, all the Pomfiore students are having such a rough time trying to make sure their hair doesn't get wet. I don't envy them at all. Same here. That seems like such a hassle. But considering what their dorm is like, I sure wouldn't want to get Senpai. Oh goodness. Ahem. Same here. That seems like such a hassle. But considering what their dorm is like, I sure wouldn't want to get on Senpai's bad side. Making the effort to protect your hair seems way better than getting berated by the housewarden for being an incompetent potato. There's a brief moment of silence before one of them speaks up. Hey, he doesn't come out very often, but doesn't Ignihide's dorm leader have, like, fiery hair? You're right. It looks like fire, but it's able to touch stuff without burning it. What is it exactly anyways? I don't know. Hey, I mean, he stays in his room all the time, but could you imagine him in the rain? Another moment of silence falls over the group as they all try to imagine Idia in the rain and the effect it would have on his hair. Hey, what would happen if his hair got wet? Do you think, like, what happens? Does the hair go out? Because it looks like fire. It can't be that delicate, right? Maybe it just evaporates water? But if it's hot enough to evaporate water, wouldn't it burn his clothes? Then what is it? How does he shower? Maybe the water just rolls off? More silence follows. Hey, do you want to find out what happens if we get his hair wet? Won't we get in trouble? I mean, not if we don't get caught. And those are very famous last words. But he's a house warden. We could get in major trouble, or he could interpret it as an attack and unleash his magic on us. Yeah, plus he's almost always with his brother Ortho-san. And Ortho-san doesn't Ortho-san have, like, a murder beam or something on him? Very good questions to be asking. Again, it's not a problem if we don't get caught. A brief pause. Or are you just giant chickens? How dare you? Yeah, I'm not scared. You're on. First one to get Idia-senpai's hair wet gets a free wish from the losers. Okay, bet. And with that, they place their hands together as a symbol of their pledge to their innocent bet that would soon spiral out of control. What are you doing? Testing out how to not use magic to shoot water at someone. Check it out. With this hole in the top of this water bottle, I can shoot a jet stream of water. Or they also have water guns? Like, that's a thing, you know? I'm not stupid, you know? I know, just short-sighted. Their antics gain the attention of some other first years who are intrigued by their conversation. Yo! One of the guys slings his arm around the shoulders of Water Bottle Boy. What you doing with that water bottle? Yeah, nothing, just playing around. Come on, spill, dude! You're talking about water guns and stuff. We want in. It takes a lot of wheedling and wearing down, but eventually they drag it out of them. They have a bet going to find out what happens when Idia's hair is in contact with water. The guys are absolutely on board and demand to be included in the bet. And so, the number of hunters increases. Soon, more people catch the first years with their preparations, and the number of hunters has spread from just first years to a variety of people among the various years of the student body. That couldn't go poorly. Not at all. However, the details of the bet have yet to reach the ears of the man in question. Though this is not to say that he hasn't noticed the increased number of people looking at him. Hey, Zulshi? Yes, Idia-san? Don't you think the vibe is really weird lately? Azul frowns and finally looks up from the Monopoly board. I don't think so. Why do you ask? Idia pauses, trying to find the right words. It feels like way too many people are looking at me lately. Like I just walk in and suddenly everyone's aggro. They haven't done anything yet, but it's sus. There's not some school-wide event I missed the patch notes, right? Missed in the patch notes, right? Sorry. I don't think so. Azul moved his piece and sighed as he pays Idia the rent money. Though as of late, I haven't been around you other than when we're here in Board Game Club. From the data that I've collected, on average this week, Nissan attracts 157% more attention in the hallways than he does on a usual basis. Though this is only when he's walking in person. When it's just the tablet, all the metrics are normal. Oh yeah. No, Nez, no. We do not speak the ancient texts. That sounds like such a wild crossover. Oh man, we do not bring up the forbidden magic. What? Sorry. I every so often I go and look over at the chat to make sure that y'all are having a good time. My Immortal X Twist? No. No way. No. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Oh my. What a time. My goodness. Anyway, back to the fic. That brought me out of it so quickly. Idia nods and smiles a little nervous. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Where am I? There I am. Well, if Ortho-san has the data, then that can't be ignored, can it? Ortho-san wouldn't make up the statistics just for you to try and convince me, Azul concludes. Well, I'll walk back with you to the dorms and see if I notice anything. Idia nods and smiles a little nervously. Thanks, Azul-shi. Glancing down at the board, it turns into a small smirk when he sees Azul's scowl. I see you finally noticed the house shortage. Dun dun dun, the betrayal. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Idia-san, did you bring up this topic to distract me? No, I really wanted your opinion, Idia chuckles. But the fact that you couldn't game and talk is on you. Shrugging a little, Idia pops a few chips in his mouth. Get good, Azul-shi. Azul huffs a little and crosses his arms. Honestly now, if you're going to treat me like this, perhaps I should rescind my offer to escort you back to the dorms. Azul-shi, even if you say that, I won't be merciful. I want to win too, you know. Besides, Idia smirks again. If I give you a buff now, is the win you really get, oh goodness. Hold on. I don't know why my concentration has just become shot all of a sudden. Azul-shi, even if you say that, I won't be merciful. I want to win too, you know. Besides, Idia smirks again. If I give you a buff now, is the win you get really a win deserved? Oh, a challenge. I see. Azul grins in response. I will make you eat your words, Idia-san. Just watch me. Ortho, what are our current odds right now? Ortho happily chirps in response. By my calculations, Azul Ashengrado-san's chance of winning have now dropped by 16.3%. Nissan is currently favored to win. Azul nods, shifting his position. Well then, I suppose I'll have to turn the odds in my favor. Pass me the dice if you would, Idia-san. Ah, Azul sighs. What a blunder on my part. I never should have been so careless to let you get away with hoarding all the houses. Which is kind of funny, because then that means that Idia never upgraded into hotels. He just kept everything as houses. I guess that's a strategy. I guess that's a strategy in Monopoly, because if you never upgrade to hotels, then the other person can never upgrade their properties, and then... and then what happens? Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that before. Anyway, even you have to lose sometimes, Azul-shi. Idia packs up the box and sets it aside. But you did manage a pretty decent comeback, even if you lost in the end. Azul smiles and stands up alongside Idia. There's no need to console me. The moment I let you control the housing market, it was all over. And that's completely on me. Now then, shall we head back? Let's see if I can notice this additional attention you've been attracting lately. Because Nissan is here in person, it is guaranteed that the phenomenon will occur as we walk. Yes, you did mention that. Well then, shall we get going? Azul gestures towards the door. So, Idia-san, is there anything you can tell me about what you've been working on lately? I'll spare you the major details, but I'm planning on upgrading Ortho's spec so that he can Normally, Azul would listen attentively to Idia and give his feedback, but today, since he agreed to observe the people around them, he simply responds with, I see, and is that so, every so often, keeping his eyes on the surroundings. At first, nothing seems amiss, and then there's a brief moment where he wonders if Ortho's data could actually be wrong. However, as they keep walking, he feels the atmosphere change, and he does his best to keep observing while keeping Idia engaged in the conversation, wanting to prevent Idia from panicking and noticing the gazes of the students who they pass by, many of which are definitely looking at Idia. Now he's worried. Subtly, he increases his pace so that Idia matches him to start moving faster, and when they finally reach the Igni dorm, Azul lets out a sigh of relief. So, did you notice it, Azul-shi? They were looking at me, right? Yes, it was very strange. It wasn't malicious, but a lot of them were fixated on you. Ortho gasps. Maybe they want to be friends with Nissan. Oh, Ortho, if only that were the truth. Idia groans. That's not the reason, Ortho. No way a bunch of normies like that want to get buddy-buddy with a shut-in like me. Regardless of their intentions, for now, you should be cautious, Idia-san. Until we can discern what they want, it's best to stick to the safe side and minimize your time outside your dorm. Well, not like you don't do that anyways. And what will you do, Azul Ashengrado-san? Will you help Nissan? You will help Nissan, right? But of course. I'll use my information network to see what we can find. If this many people are interested, surely at least one of them will be ready to talk about why. Don't you fret, this shouldn't take long at all to solve. What do you want in return? Azulshi, there's no way that you, who is greed incarnate, is going to do this for free. What do you want for your quest rewards? Azul smiles a little. What do I want? I'll let you know tomorrow. I'll see you both later then. Take care, Idia-san. Ortho-san. Later, Azulshi. Bye, Azul Ashengrado-san. Ortho turns to Idia happily. This is great, Nissan. If Azul Ashengrado-san is helping, then your problems will be solved in no time. Yeah, but at what price, Idia sighs. I don't have a clue about what Azulshi would even want. Don't worry, Nissan. I'm sure he won't ask for anything bad. Famous last words that were spoken by Ortho. Oh, bye. Azul never gets a chance to properly investigate because the answer barrels through the doors of Mastro Lounge the next day. It started as a nice day with business as usual, and Azul is at the host stand greeting customers and guiding them to tables. As he goes to greet another group, the doors slam open, and before he can rebuke the intruder, his eyes widen as he realizes it's Idia, who is completely out of breath. Azulshi, you need to help me! Quickly, Azul beckons Jade to take over his duties and then escorts Idia to the VIP room as he sees a rather large group of students approaching the lounge doors. This way, Idia-san, Jade, eject anyone who makes a disturbance. Once they're safely in the room, Azul waits for Idia to catch his breath on the couch before asking questions. What happened? Are you alright? The normies! The headmaster summoned me to his office and insisted it had to be in person. When I left, when some of them saw me leave the office, they started following me. Idia sighs. Their stealth stats are pretty low, so I noticed pretty quickly, but it didn't make the encounter any less intense. Did they try to hurt you? Sort of? Idia scratches his head a little. A lot of them seem to be holding things, though I couldn't tell what. And I'm pretty sure a few of them shot something at me. It didn't seem like magic, though. Is that right? Azul furrows his eyebrows. He hadn't gotten a chance to properly look into why people were targeting Idia, and even with this new information, he couldn't really make sense of everything. Well then, since they followed you here, I suppose the only thing to do is to just confront them yourself. Myself. Not yourself. Myself. Idia's staying in the lounge. Azul's going out to say hello to the people. You're going to talk to them? Normies can't be reasoned with, not ones that go after people like me who just want to live our gremlin lives. Azul smiles. Don't worry, Idia-san. I will take care of things. He tilts his head slightly. Are you not confident in my capabilities? And what do you want for it? I will tell you afterwards. Azul places a hand comfortingly on Idia's shoulder. Just trust me, I will take care of everything. With that, he steps out of the room and makes his way back to the host stand. Jade, give me an update. Jade nods in response, but of course. Casually, he gestures at the group of people standing by the entrance. They have continued to operate as usual. However, these individuals have claimed that they wish not to be seated because they are waiting for someone. Have they caused any disturbances? No, though as for what they intend, Jade nods his head towards the group, and upon closer inspection, Azul notes that while many of the students have had their hands in their pockets, some of them are not bothering to hide what they're holding. Water guns, water bottles, water balloons. And if their target was Idia, Azul racks his brain to ensure there wasn't some kind of event like Beanfest that he had somehow managed to miss. However, failing to recall anything, there's only one conclusion he could come to. If they are all armed with water, what would they want to target? Fire. They were aiming for Idia's head. The utter ridiculousness of it overwhelms him, and Azul groans, holding up a hand to massage his temples. Honestly, the ridiculousness of it all. They were going to such lengths for what? Their curiosity? Presumably, this is the only reason he can think of why they would want to wet Idia's hair. While he can sympathize with their desire to answer one's questions, the risks are far greater than the rewards. Sure, they can find out what happens if Idia's hair is wet, and then what? Idia interprets it as an attack and then can use magic to defend himself. The headmaster has to step in for discipline. God forbid Ortho caught them going after Idia. They were incredibly lucky that it was him currently protecting Idia and not Ortho, or they would have been dead. After processing all of this nonsense, Azul sighs, looking directly at the group. Hello there, dear guests. I've been informed that you're waiting for someone. The group all looks at each other nervously before someone speaks up. Yeah, so we won't be needing a table right now. Is that so? Well then, you are free to wait for however long you'd like. There's a collective sigh of relief before Azul continues. However, with that being said, I see that you're all holding a variety of items that I cannot allow in the lounge. You see, we pride ourselves in upholding a particular atmosphere for our patrons to enjoy. I cannot allow you to bring these items into the lounge and cause a scene, so I'd ask you to please dispose of those items or leave. You can't do that. Yeah, this is our stuff. This may be your place, but you can't tell us what to do with our property. Azul chuckles. Oh, is that what you think? As a proper business, I have the right to refuse service so long as it's not due to one's status as a protected class. He glares directly at them. Those who wish to cause a disturbance in the lounge are not a protected class. Azul lifts a hand and beckons Floyd over, who comes to stand alongside him with Jade. Therefore, if you do not abide by our rules, I have to ask you to leave. And if you do not leave by choice, then we have the right to use force. As Azul says this, Jade continues to smile courteously while Floyd proceeds to crack his knuckles. We're sorry, we'll get out of here. I don't want Floyd to squeeze me. The group stumbles over themselves trying to leave, but Azul calls out after them. I almost forgot, as he speaks. The group freezes in place and turns to look at him. One last thing. You were here for Idia Shroud-san, yes? Idia Shroud-san is now under Mostro Lounge's protection. If you try to approach him with improper intentions... Azul smiles and casually waves his arms to the side, slightly gesturing towards Jade and Floyd. Well, I'll leave that up to your imaginations. You know, to be fair, if Jade and Floyd were just kind of standing there menacingly, I think I'd probably have a similar reaction to these kiddos. I think I would also be like, oh, nope, I'm good. I'm good. Especially not the two of them together, man. At least in a context like this. As soon as Azul finishes talking, the group bolts and the doors swing shut behind them. Huh, honestly, what foolish people. Hey Azul, what was that all about? Floyd lifts an arm and rests his elbow on Azul's shoulder. Indeed, protection for Idia-san. I'm quite curious as to what you are protecting him from. That group seemed relatively harmless. I'll tell you later. For now, go back to taking care of the lounge. Okay, but of course. Returning back to the VIP room, he finds Idia on his phone doing some gacha pulls. Heck yeah! Heck yeah, Idia! Heck yeah! Did you get the character you wanted? Walking closer, Azul sits down on the couch next to him. Azul, Idia turns to face him. Yeah, I got the UR I was aiming for and was seeing if I could get a dupe for the bonus stats. Setting his phone aside, he bites his lip and nervously looks at Azul. Are they gone? Azul smiles and nods, but of course. You didn't doubt me, did you? You are now under the protection of Mostro Lounge. They won't come after you again. What did they want, anyway? They wanted to find out what happens when your hair gets wet. Idia freezes in place for a moment before his hair blazes red. Seriously? For that? Normies are the worst. Why can't they let me live in peace? Azul pats Idia's shoulder, lightly squeezing it to reassure him. Rest assured, Idia-san, they won't continue with this foolish pursuit. They have already left the premises and understand that there are dire consequences if they continue to hunt you down. Thanks, Azul. I owe you one. Azul sighs before swallowing nervously. So, did you decide what you wanted as payment? Yes. Yes, I did. Then what do you want as a reward? Just date me and we'll call it even. And that is where the fic ends. It is very delightful. It is so funny. It is entirely a scenario that would happen at NRC, for sure, for sure. It reminds me so much of like all the little Florida man stories that I have concocted. It feels like it just sits in that vein. It really just... It's such a fun time. It's a really good time. And then, of course, the price that Idia has to pay is so cheeky. Very, very cheeky. Yeah, just a little cheeky. Exactly. Very, very fun. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for recommending this fic. It was delightful. It was such a delightful time. It is very cute. And supposedly there's more works in this collection. This is part 5, so there's at least 4 other parts. I don't know that they're all Azul and Idia. They're probably not. But if this writing appealed to you, then please go check out the other ones as well. I suppose. I didn't check them out, so I don't know what they contain. But it's up to you. Y'all know. Y'all know how to be responsible, right? So, alrighty. Should we pick out another one? I do have to go grab tea. I do have to go grab some tea. So I do have to do that. I need some more liquid. But I can leave you at least with the wheel spinning before I go and grab the rest of the tea that I prepared for this evening. So let me do that. Let me give you the wheel. Let me give you the wheel, and then I'll come back to whatever the result is. Maybe it'll summon Riddle. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what Riddle would do here. I mean, I guess he'd be proud that we're reading. I guess he'd be... Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. I guess he'd be proud enough that we were reading stuff, but I don't know that he'd be excited about the stuff that we're reading. On the other hand, who knows? Alright, I'm gonna go grab my tea. You guys enjoy the wheel. Alrighty, magic, my old friend. That is the one that we have now. Yeah, I'd have to hazard a guess that it is about magic in some capacity, in some way. I would have to assume that is correct. Alrighty, let's see what there is to see about this one. Where are you, magic, my old friend? Where are you? Where? Where are you? There it is. Found it. There we go. Perfect. Copy link. Let me copy the link. Beautiful. Alrighty. Oh! Wait a minute. Oh, okay. This one's gonna be a little angsty. Just a little bit. But so this one is Malleus angst. No ships, just a little bit of Mal angst. Malleus angst. And I'm pretty sure that's it. That we would need to be talking about. Also NBC event, I suppose. If if that is a thing that people want to be aware of. So, not the Omanthus wine level. Uh-oh. Oh my. It tastes the same as I remember, but where are those who share the memory? Alright, so we got Malleus and everyone platonic. So we have Malleus, Scully, Leona, and Lilia. This is a character study that they tried, canon compliant with the event of the Lost in the Book with Tim Burton's Night Before Christmas, obviously. A little bit of mental breakdown, a little bit of internal conflict, a little bit of angst, and then day 5 of writing, I'm assuming this is a fan fiction thing. Insanity aide-moi? I don't know if that's like a challenge or something. But there we are. So Magic, my old friend. This is, oh, goodbye. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. So Malleus is going to lose his magic for a brief moment and then spiral. So that is this fic. So here we go. Are we ready? I think it's a rather short one, but it's still quite fun. Still quite fun. Malleus has known magic his whole life. Since the day he was born, it was a force as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. A mere thought that was enough to bend it to his will. Never once had it failed him. More than a tool, it shaped his identity, his reputation, setting him apart as one of the most powerful mages in existence. Magic is his birthright. So when he and his schoolmates are unceremoniously dropped into a dense foreign forest, he knows that all it takes is a snap of his fingers and he can bring them to safety. Except it doesn't work. He chooses not to disclose this failure to anyone. They gather around the stranger named Scully, who seemed to know even less than them about the situation they're in. Malleus watches as the others silently, his fingers itching to spark a teleportation spell. He focused harder through the crowd of voices this time, willing the magic to answer. Nothing again. His fingers twitch to spark a spell to get them out, but it doesn't work again. For a moment, panic flares up, but he shoves it down sharply. He is the oldest here, the most experienced with magic. He will figure out how to fix this. They all look to him, consciously or not, expecting him to lead. This thought gnaws at him desperately. He wishes Lilia were here. Lilia, with its endless wisdom and calm guidance, would know what to do, of course. He would have the answers, or at least he would reassure Malleus that everything would be all right. These thoughts are interrupted when Trey turns to him with an easy confidence and asks, "Malleus, do you know anything about this place?" Malleus meets his gaze. The honest answer arises in his throat before he can stop it. "I do not." Something is wrong. Something about this place is disrupting the very core of what he is. Malleus feels his control slipping. He needed space. He needed to think. Trey had opened his mouth to ask more, and Malleus could feel the questions piling up. Questions he had no answers to, and he wasn't about to let this conversation continue. He took to the sky without another word and flies off. "Lord Malleus!" Savek's voice rang out from below, concern etched in his tone, but Malleus didn't respond. The warm wind blows as he floats up and looks down at the forest. From this height, the forest stretches like a sea of green endlessly in every direction. The wind comforts him here, and he takes off quickly. Malleus ventures farther, faster, searching for some clue of where they are. Something shifts during this time. A heavy, familiar feeling hammers in at his chest. It feels just like the time when the younger Shroud dragged him down with his magic. And then, without warning, he feels it. An invisible force pressing down on him, a heavy force dragging him from the sky. He falters, and gravity claims him. He's plummeting, unable to stop his descent. Branches whip past him, scratching at his clothes and skin as he falls, and the wind screams in his ears. Malleus can't hold on. He crashes through the canopy, his body slamming into the forest floor with a dull, sickening thud. For a moment, he lies there, his mind reeling. This shouldn't have happened. His body, though bruised, is not broken. He's survived worse, much worse. Yet the pain is real, mortal and unfamiliar in its intensity. He should have been able to recover from a fall like that without a second thought, but now his muscles ached. His breath came in ragged gasps. Something was wrong. Malleus gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing as he tried to summon his magic once more. He extended his hand, willing the familiar green light to flicker to life at his fingertips, but his hand remained empty, cold. Malleus clenched his fists, trying again and again and again. The ground beneath him remained silent. His breaths come faster as he attempts again, each time with the same result. Nothing. It's like the forest was working against him. Agonizingly, it starts to dawn on him. Whatever this place is, it severed his connection to magic, like he was trapped in a box with invisible walls forcing him in. A hollow feeling blooms in his chest. He is, for the first time in a long time, utterly powerless. A bitter laugh escapes his throat as the reality of his situation sinks in. A prince, a dragon, brought low by forces he can't even understand. He is alone. Malleus, for all his power, for all his wisdom, is alone. Truly alone. There is no Lilia, no Silver, no Sebek to come to his aid. There's just him in the vast, empty forest. For a moment, just a moment, he lets himself feel it. The weight of everything. The responsibility, the fear, the isolation. He feels it all, and the mask slips. He exhaled, his breath shaky, and he trembled. His chest tightens as if the very air is turning against him. And then, before he can stop it, the tears come. Silent, bitter tears that he quickly wipes away, unwilling to let this moment of weakness linger. Yet the truth remains. He is lost, like a child, without his magic, without his power. Malleus closes his eyes. He cannot afford to fall now, not when he has to go back to the others who are depending on him. But for just a moment, beneath the shadow of the trees, Malleus allows himself to break. Nobody can see him. Malleus manages to fly back to the others, though his movements are slower, more deliberate than usual. He never thought he ever had to yearn for the feeling of freedom while flying. When he first left that eerie clearing, he didn't fly. He couldn't. The wind felt colder than it did before. The flight was short, but to Malleus it felt endless. His mind races, replaying the moment over and over, both over the fall and over the sharp realization he just made. Malleus is not in Twisted Wonderland. They are not in Twisted Wonderland. Not anymore. He does not tell this to anyone when he returns because he sees their hopeful faces. Instead, Malleus only says, "I found an area with no magic at all." Everyone's reaction was as expected. They were horrified, shocked, and scared. If even Malleus Draconia's immense power wavered at this, then what would that mean for them? He notices Leona's eyes narrow slightly, suspicion flickering in them. Leona isn't easily fooled. Malleus knows he's smart. He likely suspects there's more to the story, but for now he keeps quiet, his lips pressed into that thin line. Malleus is relieved by the silence, to be able to breathe properly again. He doesn't want to see the others experience what he just did moments ago, so he does not tell. And there you have it! This lovely, lovely story that I think is just such a beautiful little moment for Mal. And Leona's sharpness, like, all the little details are great. All the little details are great. It really feels like you're there with him, no? So fantastic fanfic. Thank you so much for having recommended it. It is quite a good time. It is quite a good time. A nice little bit of angst for us this evening. We haven't actually had that many angsty ones. We've had a lot of the fluffy ones, and a couple of the angsty ones, but yeah, very insightful to the character. It was a very good read. It was a very good read. Again, thank you so much. And this is also a part of a series of works. So I don't know what the other ones are. I don't know what they contain, but they are all tricks according to this, where it says no treats, all tricks. So there may be other ones if you decide to go and enjoy them at your leisure. But thank you again. Thank you again. Honestly, all of these fics have just been so wonderful tonight. It's really been quite a time. Quite a time. But a delightful one. A delightful one indeed. Alrighty, so should we get another one? Should we get another one? The list is dwindling, but it ain't dwindling that much. They're getting smaller. The wheel is getting smaller, but it's really not that small. Oh, my. Well, let's see what the wheel has for us in store today. What do we got? Oh, we almost had a user one. But now we're down the rabbit hole. I believe this is another angsty one. For what it's worth. I believe we're only gonna do episode one. We're only gonna do chapter 1 of this one, which I don't think goes too far into it if it's the one that I'm thinking it is. Which will be a little bit better than the angst if I can find it. It's very strange to me. I have this whole Excel. I have all of the names and everything, and good lord, is it hard for me to find. There it is. So hard for me to find them. But they're right there. I think my eyes just don't want to perceive them at first. I think I have a little bit of a problem with that. So this is a multi-chapter one. We're only gonna read chapter 1. And this has a lot of angst regarding Ace. This is a lot of angst regarding Ace. It is, I believe the overall story, if I'm remembering correctly, is Ace overblotting? Or like, I think it leads to him overblotting. We don't get the overblot in chapter 1. There's like 4 chapters, but it is, it is angst. It is angst. Where's my... There it is. Ace angst now. Ace angst. But there's also going to be talk of self-esteem issues, self-worth issues. I'm just gonna put depression. I don't know if that is technically a tag, but I think that will encapsulate kind of some of the stuff that is happening. And then we'll just put sadness on there as well to round it all out. But the official tags and things of this, it's a general audience. We have a bunch of platonic people up here, all of the freshmen being platonic, and the player. We got Trey and Riddle and all the Heartstable people being platonic, Apple and Ace platonic, Jack and Ace, Ace and everybody's platonic. It's a platonic thing. There's no shipping here. We have Ace, Riddle, Deuce, Trey, Pater, Apple, Jack, the player, Ortho, Sebek, Grim. This was part of Wumptober 2023. I have no idea what that is. Angst, self-confidence issues, just not who you are expecting. Riddle Rose Hearts is bad at feelings. Fair. Do Spade and Ace Tripola friendship. Angst and hurt/comfort. Character development, alternate universe, canon divergence, because Ace overplots, of course. At least I hope it's canon divergent. At this point in time, we would never have known whether or not Ace would have overblot. Heartstable as a family, Heartstable, Overblot, Night Raven College, friendship, and self-esteem issues. Oh, Wump means like extra hurt? Oh, okay. Again, we are only doing chapter 1 of like 4 chapters, so we won't get too deep into the weeds of the hurt and the angst and all of that good stuff. But we will be dealing with some of those self-esteem issues, confidence issues, etc., etc. That will be discussed. So if that is not your cup of tea, you now have the knowledge with which to leave, mute, do whatever you need to do. So that is the best that I can warn you. The best of my abilities to warn you. Chapter 1 is also relatively short, so but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, time for there's 4,511 words. According to the time. I don't know if that's per chapter or per the entire work. I don't know how that works. I don't normally do the fanficky thing on my own. So I don't know. Oh, the words are by works. Oh, okay. But anyway, let's start chapter 1. Let's do chapter 1. Let's just do it. Damn it, just work already, Ace swore. He regained his focus and put all his energy into performing the healing spell they had learned at the beginning of the year, only for his mage stone to glow for a brief moment, then flicker out like it had the last 4 times he attempted the spell. What's the meaning of this? Riddle's voice boomed in the cafeteria, collars clamping down on all the students involved in this cafeteria brawl. Grim, Jack, and his dormmates, they were all fighting. All fighting. What? Grim, Jack, and his dormmates, they were fighting all. I think it's supposed to say, and the dormmates that were fighting instead of they fighting. I think that's what's throwing me off. Grim, Jack, and his dormmates that were fighting all flinched at the sound. Ace's head snapped up from where he was trying to heal Apple's injury. Don't look at us, one of the Savannah Claw students growled. Your students started this mess. You guys were the ones that escalated this to a fight, Jack shot back, clearly favoring one foot over the other. It's not his fault you guys can't take a joke. Yeah, Grim added. You shut up, Furball, the student sneered. Before resuming the brawl without magic. Riddle paid no mind to Grim and Savannah Claw students and had stormed over to Ace, pulling him away from the Pomfiore freshman. What did you say to them? It was just a joke, House Warden, nothing major, Ace protested. But could you take off the collar? Why would I do that? So you can cause more problems? I can fix this. I doubt that, considering you're the one that started it in the first place. I'll show you. Just take off the collar so that I can heal him, please, Ace said, though barely maintained composure. Riddle, meanwhile, remained unfazed. Are you even capable of performing such a spell when all you ever do is mess everything up? Riddle, we cannot be saying this! Riddle is really bad at feelings. That was not a lie. Welcome back, welcome back. Oh dear, Ace flinched back like he had been slapped. He looked away from his house warden, instead focusing on the blood currently staining his hands. However, he was saved from responding by the cafeteria doors swinging open. Paint the roses! Split card! 2 of Cater's clones along with Deuce headed for the other students to break up the fight. Trey had immediately grabbed Riddle and separated him from Ace before he could say anything else. Hey, Ace, look at me, Cater demanded, kneeling in front of him. Can you hear me? Ace nodded. Good. Don't focus on anything else, just focus on my voice, okay? It was an accident. I was trying, he stammered. Cater grabbed his hands, ignoring the blood that was still on them. It's all right. Everything's gonna be A-okay, I promise. But Apple and Jack, they're hurt. Cater, you have to help me. I have to fix this. Ace let go of Cater's hands and shakily pulled out his magic pen. Okay, Cater agreed. But you need to take a deep breath and calm down first. Do that for me, AC. Match my breathing. Ace nodded and followed Cater's instructions. By the time Ace had calmed down, Deuce and the Cater clones had broken up the fight, and Apple and Jack had gone to the infirmary to get their injuries fixed. They're gonna be all right, AC. Let's just get back to the dorm, yeah? Ace nodded, numb from the world, and followed Cater out of the cafeteria. It was later that night when Ace ran from the dorm like the devil was on his tail. Thankfully, none of his fellow Hartstable students noticed his abrupt departure, except for Deuce, who he had told that he was off to visit Jack and Apple in the infirmary. They wouldn't believe there if it wasn't for you opening your big mouth. After the disaster that was the fight in the cafeteria and Riddle's subsequent scolding, Ace really did not feel like seeing anyone else tonight. Well, of course, no one would want to deal with you after that disaster, he thought. He made it deep into the rose maze before his foot caught the roots of a nearby rosebush and sent him tumbling to the ground. Why? He cried out softly. Why can't I do anything right? His magical pen was in his hand as he tried the healing spell again, only for it to sputter and stop. Why? They were right about you, he thought. You're nothing more than a screw-up. Good for causing problems and nothing else. But you're weaker. He tried again, stupider, and again, more childish, and again, more pathetic, and again. Damn it! He slammed his magical pen on the cool grass. No wonder Mom and Dad never gave you the time of day. You were always in their way anyways. He chuckled to himself. Can't even handle emotions right. The tears that fell from his face had begun to turn black. I really am pathetic. Black, inky tendrils broke free from his magic pen. They've wrapped around Ace like a cold embrace before pulling him down the rabbit hole and wholly into darkness. And that is chapter 1 of Down the Rabbit Hole. So Ace begins to overblot. If you want to know how it works out for him after that, you're gonna have to come read the other 3 chapters. I feel like it's a pretty solid encapsulation of the kind of thoughts and things when you're in that moment of crisis, right? You feel all of these emotions and all of these things, and you keep trying to force something. Like the definition of insanity, right, is doing the same thing over and over and over and over and trying to get better results. And I feel like there's a bit of that in here as well. It's angsty. It's tastefully gritty, and it was delightful. So thank you so much for recommending this particular fic. It was a good read, a good time, a fantastic little aside for the evening. And guess it's time for another one, right? Guess it's time to just pull out the wheel again and see what else we have in store for the evening. Maybe it'll be a user created one, maybe it will be a fluffy one. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I have no control. See, this is why the wheel is such a good thing. This is why the wheel is a great thing, because I can't be blamed for any of the pain. Y'all are the one that recommended it. The wheel is the one dividing it, and so it goes. So there you go. Hey, snakes and guard dogs. This is another user-created one. This one, I believe, probably has some more ships in it. I think this one does. And it definitely has a Jamil in it. That's for sure. All right, where are you? I know vaguely where you are in the list. There we go. This might be the one that Tumblr stops me from reading halfway through. I can't remember. There was a reason that I wanted to create a Tumblr, and I'm pretty sure it was because I was going through one of these fics, and it was like, if you want to read more, you need a Tumblr. And I was like, haha, no. And so we may get cut off. I don't want to make any promises. but we may get cut off. This is one made by the community. I haven't seen the particular community member in chat tonight. You may be here, you may not be here. I don't know. I think this particular person actually might have said that they were not going to make it tonight. So, if that is in true fashion, then I can't give you the option of whether or not you want this in Silver Nose voice. I don't think you would. I don't think you would want this one in Silver Nose voice, but you know what? Maybe you wanted. Maybe that was your heart of hearts. Unfortunately, it's just going to be my normal voice. So, there is that. All right. This one, let chat vote. No. The only people allowed to vote are the people that make the fics. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, this is OC/Jamil, I believe. This is partially ship fic. This is ship fic. I think they cuddle. Cuddling. There we go. I don't remember. I don't think there's anything else that would be so shocking and jarring. So I from my recollection, I don't remember there being anything. I think there's just some cuddling and some talking and some like laying next to one another and sleeping. I think we're probably fine, right? I think we're probably fine. Maybe shared bed. I think that might be a thing. Like that's kind of it. Like, it's very fluffy from what I remember. So so there you go. There are your warnings. There you go. Have at it. I think the one, yeah, nah, see, I'm not a romance girly. I don't really, a lot of romance books have this thing in them that I don't really want to read most of the time. So I don't typically engage, but I do know the one bed thing is a trope. I don't think it's a one bed I don't think this is a one bed trope. I think they're just sharing a bed. I'm pretty sure they're just sharing a bed. Or a futon, actually. Thin futon. Right there. Futon. There we go. They're sharing a futon. Here, let me clarify that. Not shared bed. Shared futon. There. That'll clear that up. I'm sure. I'm sure. Alrighty. They were futon buddies. Alrighty, shall we go? Snake and guards. Snakes and guard dogs, rather. Excuse me. Written by one of our community members. Here we go. Oh, this is after, okay, important. After the battle against his overblot, Jamil gets some company for the night. There we go. That would have cleared up all the questions. The Scarabia dorm was silent, as if the exhaustion itself had settled into the walls. The air was warm and heavy with the faint scent of incense, its smoke long since burned down to nothing but a trace. Outside, the desert wind howled against the windows, a reminder of the chaos that had unfolded earlier that night. Jamil lay on his side on a thin futon, the familiar weight of fatigue pulling him down. His mind, however, refused to settle. Even after his overblot, after Kaleem's tearful forgiveness and the endless apologies, his body was coiled tight. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, every muscle tense, waiting for a danger that wasn't there. Across the dim room, Ritsu... Okay, so they're not shared bed. Not shared futon. I was wrong. Not shared futon? I have a feeling we're gonna change that later again. Not shared futon. Okay, own futon. Got it. He laid with one arm tucked under his head, his expression calm, almost bored. His blue eyes glimmered faintly in the soft lantern light. He was humming under his breath, something slow and tuneless, filling the silence in a way that was strangely soothing. You're staring at the ceiling like it owes you money, Ritsu murmured, breaking the stillness. Jamil exhaled sharply through his nose. I don't exactly have a reason to relax. Then borrow mine, Ritsu said lightly, his voice low and warm. You're alive, and that's reason enough for tonight. Jamil didn't respond, but his shoulders eased slightly. He watched as Ritsu's eyes fluttered shut, that casual little smile never leaving his lips, and before long the soft rhythm of his breathing filled the room. Jamil told himself to stay awake, to remain alert. He always did. But exhaustion won, dragging him under despite himself. That sound that woke him hours later was faint, a soft shuffle, fabric dragging across the floor. Jamil's eyes snapped open, senses sharpening instantly, his hands twitching as if ready to summon magic. But Ritsu moved faster. The boy was already up on one elbow, posture tense, muscles tight beneath his clothes. His gaze was fixed on the doorway, sharp and wary, every inch of him radiating alertness. Who's there? Ritsu's voice was low, dangerous, carrying a threat beneath the calm. Relax, the Scarabia student hissed back in a whisper, frozen in the doorway. Just grabbing an extra blanket. Sorry. Which is wild. Why are you in... Oh, wait, the futons are probably, like, in the lounge area, right? For some reason, I thought the futons were, like, in the bedroom. Like in a dorm room. But no, they're probably just in the lounge. Okay. And maybe they don't cuddle. Maybe I'm remembering this entire thing wrong. Maybe the warnings are completely and utterly incorrect. I don't know. Anyway, there was a beat of silence before Ritsu's shoulders loosened slightly. The students scurried away, muttering apologies as the door clicked shut behind them. Ritsu sighed, running a hand through his messy hair before dropping back down onto his futon. Jamil opened his mouth to speak, to mock him for overreacting, perhaps. But the words caught in his throat, because Ritsu didn't just return to his bed. He shifted closer. And then, nope, they do cuddle. They do cuddle. And then Jamil felt it. An arm draped around his waist, a steady weight at his back, the warmth of a body curling against it, firm and protective. They're cuddling. No? Is this not what is happening? I was right. I was right. They do cuddle. Oh, I feel so validated right now. An arm draped around his waist, a steady weight at his back, the warmth of a body curling against his, firm and protective, and bigger than his. Ritsu had slid behind him, positioning himself like a shield between Jamil and whatever he thought could be a danger to him. Jamil's breath hitched, his entire body tensing at the unexpected intimacy. "You're awake," Ritsu murmured softly against his ear, his voice husky with sleep. "Yes," Jamil said carefully. "Sorry." Ritsu didn't sound sorry at all. He buried his face into Jamil's hair, his voice muffled. "Old habit." "What habit?" Jamil asked, his tone dry, though his heart was beating far too quickly. "Sleeping light, watching doors, making sure nobody sneaks up on me." A pause. "Or on you." Jamil blinked, startled by the casual sincerity in his tone. Ritsu's arm tightened around him just slightly. "Go back to sleep, Jamil." Jamil turned his head just enough to catch a glimpse of him. Ritsu's eyes were half-lidden, his expression soft but alert. His wolf like a wolf standing guard, even in his drowsiness. "Your ridiculousness. Ridiculous, notness. Drowsiness, ridiculousness. You're ridiculous," Jamil muttered. More to cover the sudden warmth creeping into his chest than anything. "And you're comfy," Ritsu countered lazily, his lips curling into a smirk as his voice softened, sleep pulling at him again. Jamil rolled his eyes but didn't move. He couldn't slip away easily. He had the agility, the training. But instead, he stayed. The warmth at his back, the steady rise and fall of Ritsu's breathing, the solid reassurance of being held. He hadn't realized how much he wanted this, how long it had been since he felt safe enough to let his guard down. The wind rattled against the windows, but for the first time in years, Jamil's heartbeat began to slow. "Good night, Ritsu," he whispered. "Good night, I almost said good night, Fluffy. Where the hell did that go from? Oh, you guys are talking about fluff in chat. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Night, Jamil, not Fluffy, just Jamil. Oh, my. The faint glow of dawn leaked through the thin dorm curtains, painting the room in a light color of red. Jamil stirred first, blinking himself awake with that sluggish heaviness of someone who hadn't realized he'd fallen asleep at all. His body felt strangely warm, cocooned in heat, and an arm. Sorry. His breath hitched, the sudden awareness flooding him fully awake. A strong arm was hooked firmly around his waist, pulling him back against a solid chest. The slow, steady rise and fall behind him gave away that the culprit was very much asleep. Ritsu. Jamil tensed instinctively, already trying to ease himself free, but the arm tightened automatically. Easy, came Ritsu's groggy murmur, voice low and rough with sleep. "It's just me." Jamil froze. His heart skipped once, twice, and for a second he forgot how to breathe. He wasn't used to this warmth, the gentleness, someone holding him like he was the one being protected. "You can let go now," Jamil muttered, but it lacked bite. Ritsu cracked one eye open, lips tugging into a lazy smirk. "Can I? You look very comfortable." Jamil flushed and twisted around to glare at him, but the look died when he saw Ritsu's face. Messy hair, soft eyes still heavy with sleep, and a grin that wasn't teasing so much as fond. Unfairly fond. You're impossible, Jamil muttered, trying to mask his embarrassment. And you're warm, Ritsu countered, tightening his hold just slightly. Kinda nice, you know? That struck something deep in Jamil's chest, enough to silence him. Ritsu, feeling the tension, softened. Sorry, he said quietly. Want me to let go? Jamil hesitated. His instinct screamed yes, but the quiet warmth between them felt safe. Rare. And for once, he didn't want to push it away. No, he whispered, almost too softly to hear. Ritsu blinked. Nope, there we go. That's it. That's all we get. I knew it was going to happen one day. Well, unfortunately, because I don't have a Tumblr, and I think because this particular one is a little longer, it's not going to let me finish the fic. But that was a nice little taste. That was a nice little taste of what we had on offer here. If you have a Tumblr, you can finish reading this fic. I don't think it's cross-posted anywhere. I don't know. But Csilla, if you would like to comment, if your post is cross-posted, eventually in the future, if you ever see this, if you are seeing this, let us know. But if not, it's a Tumblr. It's a Tumblr thing. It was almost over. Oh, okay. I got most of it in. Well, that's good. That's good. I can't ever tell with Tumblr because sometimes it looks like the things are really long, but then it's just all of the comments and reblogs and reposts at the bottom. So, but yeah. It was very sweet. It was very sweet and very nice. I can't scroll back through it like I could before. It won't let me. It'll let me go back to the top, but it won't let me see anything. It was very cute. It was very cute. Nice and fluffy and sweet, and I'm so glad that the shared futon became a not shared futon, and then it became a shared futon again. All over the place with that, but but the fic itself was not all over the place. The fic itself was very, very lovely. Thank you so much for submitting it for stream today. It was so cute. It was so lovely. It was so nice. It was so nice. So thank you. But with that, I guess it's time to get yet another one. I think we're probably gonna go towards like 10:30 my time. So I think that's where I'm gonna cut it off because I do think that I will need to be getting some sleep today, unfortunately. But we'll do another fic reading stream in the future. This is just a nice little chill evening. It's a nice little chill time. Alrighty though. Let's see what else we have in store. Oh, the bug juice! Oh man, what a time. What a time. My, we're getting all of these ones. I think this one was written specifically for this stream. It was written just in time for the stream, maybe not specifically for the stream, but it is a very fun, very, very exciting idea. If you don't like bugs, if you are like Jamil and you don't like bugs, this is your sign to maybe put some covers on your ears for a little bit. This one is going to have bugs. It's going to have smooshed bugs. Smooshed bugs. Smooshed bugs. Fear of bugs. Teasing about fear of bugs. So, so guys, so my friends, fellows, companions, if bugs are not your thing, you've been warned. It's not super overt, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Yeah, we got like an hour. If I end at 10:30, it'll be like an hour. So anyway, Jamil versus bugs, actually. Jamil v. bugs. Floyd chaos. Floyd is here too. I feel like that's worth noting. I feel like that's worth noting. Goodbye. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Anyway, here we go. Y'all ready? Yeah. Oh, I need to read the things. Anyway, we have teaming up audiences, Twisted Wonderland, Floyd, Leech, and Ace, and Jamil, Platonic. Floyd, Ace, Jamil, they're all going to be here. This is taking place during Vargas camp. The bugs and insects are here. Panic attacks as well. Oh, that's a thing I should add. Jamil versus Floyd's panic attacks. There we go. We got it's a one shot. It's a one shot. Floyd is being a little shit. Floyd being Floyd. Jamil, Viper-centric, hurt/comfort. Ace Tripola is bad at feelings. Question mark as close as you can get to it with these boys. Transfers my fear of bugs to Jamil via osmosis. Why, of course, I know him. He's me. Basketball club. It is 1,962 words in one chapter. So, there you go. Alrighty. No sudden movements. No sudden movements, Jamil repeated to himself, lying awake and terrified on the floor of the tent. He's been holding his breath for so long he started to get dizzy. Well, either it was that or the sheer magnitude of terror currently flooding his system. But he couldn't afford to pass out because something was crawling on his face, and being unconscious would leave him completely defenseless. The thought of whatever it was crawling into his mouth sent a violent shudder through him, which spooked the creature into jerking further up his cheek. A pathetic, shrill whimper escaped his vocal cords, completely involuntary. Screwing his eyes shut, he thanked the sevens that nobody else was awake to hear it. Still, nobody being awake meant no one here to help him, and his bone body had completely betrayed him by completely rooting him to the spot. Tears welled up behind his eyelids. Seriously, he hadn't cried since elementary school, and a simple bug had him on the verge of a breakdown. For the sake of his dwindling pride, he swallowed hard and held it back, mind racing to find a solution. Sea snake? Fabric shifted, and the sleeping bag across from him unzipped. Great, he'd woken up Floyd, the last person he ever wanted to see him like this. Fantastic. His clubmate yawned. I thought I heard a seagull squawking or something. But I guess it must have been you. So he had been heard. He would never live this down now. Tentatively, Jamil peeked open one eye, vision straining in the dark. Floyd was sitting up, choppy hair sticking out at odd angles. He inched closer, groggy eyes lighting up in amusement. Whoa, there's a huge bug on your face. Huge? Jamil screamed internally, feeling sick. He must have flinched a bit too hard, because those skittering legs paced further upwards, climbing the bridge of his nose. Both his eyes shot open, and he could see it, dark antennae waving just inches away from his eyeballs. His ears started to ring, vision darkening at the edges, before someone smacked him across the face. Something shaped very much like a large palm. He'd instinctively closed his eyes, opening them now. He saw Floyd staring down at him, with the remains of an insect splattered across his raised hand. With dawning horror, he realized what the vicious, filmy stuff now creeping down his face was. Oh, viscous, not vicious, viscous, viscous stuff. His stomach convulsed, and he retched. He jolted up, head spinning, nausea gripping him by the throat. Through his blurry, spotted vision, he saw Floyd's eyes grow wide. Hey, you better not puke in the tent! He reached his hand, still covered in bug juice, out towards him, and Jamil finally managed to scream, scrambling away. His breath burst out of him, quick and shallow, and his arms buckled under his weight. He'd heard some rustling outside the tent, and for a horrifying split second, he thought it was another bug before Ace's confused face peeked in. What's going on here? Whoa! He froze in the doorway, assessing the situation. Floyd sat kneeling on the floor with squashed insect remains all over his hand, and Jamil had pressed up right against his legs, shaking uncontrollably with more insect remains smeared across the bridge of his nose, like some kind of messed up sunscreen. It probably wasn't too hard to put two and two together. Did you seriously use your bare hand to kill a bug? Didn't have anything else to hit it with. Jamil retched again, tasting bile on the back of his tongue. Ace swore under his breath and sprang into action, hooking his arms underneath his armpits and trying to drag him outside. He grunted, tugging at him with all his might. Hey, could use a little help here. When I tried to touch him just now, though, he freaked out, Floyd frowned, having the audacity to even pout a little, as if the reason why wasn't completely obvious. Ace, thankfully, spoke for Jamil, sounding as baffled as he felt. That's because you still have bugs smeared all over your hand. Floyd blinked, looked at his palm as if noticing it for the first time. Oh yeah, right. A lazy grin stretched across his face, and Jamil wanted so badly just to strangle him. Unfortunately, he was currently too busy trying not to puke up his guts. Dewy grass prickled his back as Ace successfully hauled him outside. Oh, the night sky looked nice. He tried to focus on the twinkling stars overhead. Maybe he could identify some of the constellations or something. He'd read about those once. Kaleem got really into space for a bit, and his parents had bought him a professional-grade telescope and several astronomy books. He was the one who actually read them. Though, Kaleem had just been far more interested in trying to find an alien spaceship, convinced he would make some extraterrestrial friends. Even at the time, he had found it ridiculous. Something small darted past in his field of vision, sending his previous train of thought completely off the rails. He yelped and pushed himself away, shoulder raised, nails scrabbling at the dirt. Ace grabbed onto him before he fell face first, saying something his panicked mind couldn't decipher. Two hands firmly grasped his shoulders and shook him. Snap out of it, dude! Breathe! Cold water splashed against his face. He gasped, going completely still as it ran down his chin, soaking the front of his shirt. He blinked the droplets out of his eyes, realizing, belatedly, that Ace had just summoned a burst of water magic to try to bring him to his senses. A small amount of magic without a mage stone should be fine, but he was a freshman, and reckless to boot. Don't overdo it. He wheezed between ragged gasps, clenching fistfuls of grass in a futile attempt to ground himself. With how feeble his voice was, Ace might not have even heard him. Floyd walked up behind him, wiping his wet hands on his thighs. Thank the sevens he had finally washed them. He came to a stop behind Ace, tilting his head like a mildly curious puppy. Man, I've never seen that face on Sea Snake before. He kind of looks like a fish flopping out of water. Ace snorted, stifling a laugh. Little shit. Kinda, yeah, but still, you gotta go get a towel or something. He stops himself, staring at Jamil's face. I mean, just go. Don't wanna, Floyd stated bluntly. Besides, you gotta get most of it off with that Besides, you got most of it off with that little water spray. He can get the rest of it himself. Jamil jerkily shook his head with an emphatic no, hair clinging to his damp face. Being reminded of the bug guts still on him sent another wave of dry heaving, leaving him doubled over on the ground. Okay, please don't throw up. Can you at least get him some water? Fine, you don't gotta yell at me. Floyd stomped off, leaving him and Ace sitting there, alone. His stomach had stopped trying to eject his dinner, but the nausea lingered. He still couldn't breathe properly, and his entire body was drawn so tense it ached. Somehow, the commotion hadn't alerted anyone else. Their club's campfire burned bright and warm a few feet away. Ace had been the one watching over it this time around. Wait, this would mess with their shifts, wouldn't it? He'd woken up way too early and his campfire watch duty would be next. He was in no state to fend off anything, even some simple wood fairies, and he'd be too exhausted the next morning to be of any use to the team. What a mess, all of this because of a stupid bug. Ace's voice broke the silence with a long, weary sigh. Seriously, I knew you were scared of bugs, but I didn't know it was this bad. He scratched the back of his head before plopping down, cross-legged on the grass. So, like, what gives? Most bugs are completely harmless and way smaller than you. You could squash them easy peasy. Besides, I've seen you do things way more dangerous or scary without ever breaking a sweat. Jamil gulped, trying to quench his dry throat. When was Floyd going to be back with the water? Pulling whatever shreds of himself he could back together, he spoke. I don't know. Can't control it. He took in a big, shuddering breath, sitting up a bit straighter. Even if I know it's irrational, it sucks. The campfire crackled softly beside them, Crickets chirped in the distance, but they sounded far enough away as to not send him into another spiral. He raised his head to find Ace's sharp gaze fixated on him, eyes sparkling like embers in the firelight. His brow furrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth pinching downwards, scrutinizing him. What? Ace flinched back at this let me take a sip of tea and regain my composure real quick for a second. Ace flinched back a bit at his acknowledgement, before pulling out his classic smug grin. Nothing. Your face is grossing me out more than usual, though. Jamil scoffed. Fuck you. Whatever. Now hold still. He inched closer, untying the jacket tied around his waist and slipping his hand into the sleeve like an oven mitt. With no gentleness or care whatsoever, he scrubbed the cloth hard across Jamil's face. He winced. Do you have to be so aggressive? I'm just making sure I get it all off of you. Jeez. Ace dramatically rolled his eyes. Screw me for being persistent. Once he was done, he leaned back, rubbing the sleeves off on the grass. Ugh, gonna have to wash this when we get back. He squinted at the fabric before shrugging and tying the jacket back around his waist. You're welcome, by the way. Footsteps approached and something hit him hard in the chest. Gotcha that water. He glanced down, finding a bottle in his lap. Floyd loomed over the two of them with a sharp-toothed, bemused grin. Oh hey, Krabby's taking care of you. Ace glowered. I am not. Floyd, entirely ignoring him, cooing, wow, I didn't know Krabby could be so considerate. Such a precious little freshman looking out for his elders. He leaned over and pinched Ace's cheek, and he almost turned as red as his hair. Shut up! He swatted Floyd's hands away, only to get his hair aggressively ruffled. Hey, hands off! Jamil sat back, watching the two of them go at it like they often did during basketball practice. Even though he was usually the one keeping them in check, he had to admit their antics were nothing if not entertaining. At the moment, it was a welcome distraction from the phantom itches and crawls beneath his skin, the lingering paranoia even after the bug was long dead and gone. He lifted the bottle Floyd had tossed at him to his lips, chugging down some cool, refreshing water. He also poured some out onto his hand and washed his face once again for good measure. The front of his hoodie was completely soaked and getting uncomfortably cold in the night air, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Getting bored of tormenting Ace, Floyd turned his attention elsewhere. So, Sea Snake, feeling better? Jamil tentatively nodded. Yeah. His heart still pounded in his ears, and he'd broken out into a cold sweat, but the uncontrollable shivering had mostly stopped. He also didn't feel like filling up anymore either. This didn't seem to be the answer Floyd wanted, though, judging by the disappointment on his face. Man, I wanted to see you flop around a bit more. His droopy eyes then squinted in a grin that made his blood run cold. Maybe I should go squash another bug, Don't you dare! And there you have it! The lovely, lovely bug squishing fic. My goodness, my gracious, me oh my. Feels very, very in character for the basketball team. Poor Jamil getting tortured. Poor fella with all the bugs. My oh my oh my. It's interesting. Wow, I didn't have nearly as much of a reaction as it seems like some of y'all did to the insect part of this particular fic. It's quite well written. Indeed, indeed. But, my oh my, I don't know. I mean, bug juice is gross. But bug juice is very gross. This is fair. I don't know, though. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know? But thank you so much for submitting your fic. Thank you. It was a wonderful time. Very well enjoyed. But I think we should have another one, no? Another fic? Just, oops, that's the wrong, there we go. Just another one, maybe just another little treat for us tonight. Let's see, will it be user, will it not be user? Who knows? Ooh, Ooh, we were really close. We were really close to the blue one, but nope, your eyes creep me out. Your eyes creep me out. Yeah, your eyes are creeping me out, guys. Your eyes are creeping me out. All right, let us see. Where is this one? I believe this one is a rook. I believe this one is a rook. I have a feeling this one is a rook. I think I remember this one. Yep, nope, this one's a rook. This one's a rook. This one's a rook. It is a crack fic. It is very funny. It is very, very funny. It is a good time. Well, we still have time, peep. We still have time. This isn't the last one. This shouldn't be the last one. I think this one is short enough. We'll probably get like 1 or 2 more in. And we could do another one of these again someday. You know, we have. There's a lot of other fics that are in here that we could enjoy at some later date. Warning, careful observation. Observation of unseen forces. There we go. There we go. We're not done. We're not done. We will include the ones on this list in the next one. So I will open the forum again if anyone else wants to have written or you know, do that sort of thing. But then we will still include all of the ones that were approved for this will then get included in that one as well. So it will just be a compounded list. It'll just keep compounding. That is all. That is all. But yeah. All right. Shall we enter? Your eyes creep me out. This is a teen and up audience. It is general. It's Twisted Wonderland. Rook, Hunt, and you, the player, platonic. Rook, you, Ace, Deuce, and Grim are all here. Crack, treated seriously. Video game mechanics, and POV, outsider. It is 2,964 words, 1 chapter, and so we shall enter. Your eyes creep me out. Are we all ready? Are we all ready? Oh, look who it is, Rook says suddenly in his conversation with Vil and an increasingly hostile Leona. The prefect looks rather harried, wouldn't you say? The two squint in the direction he's looking in, and while Rook knows that the distance is rather far, he wonders if he underestimated how much anyone else can see. I suppose that does look like the prefect, Vil says, looking absolutely marvelous even as he strains to see. The wind currently blowing plays with his gorgeous locks, swaying as gently as the field of flowers. Same tones, I suppose. Leona crosses his arms, tail swishing. Smells like it, he says, scowling. I'm leaving. Vil's attention is captured once more, and he starts appropriately scolding Leona for his conduct, and indeed, how much more marvelous he could be if only he refined his patience and already outstanding ability to accomplish anything he sets out to do. Other than becoming king, of course, but Rook has more tact than to say that out loud. Still, and as absolutely rapturous as it is to listen to Vil's extort his values, Rook can't help but glance back to you, his hunter's instinct telling him that the prefect's fast pace should not be ignored. He doesn't know you all that well, to be honest, but from what he's seen and heard, you is not the type to go dashing around the school unless there's a crisis at hand. Which, to be fair, you has aided in many crises already. All the more reason to be alert. Rook raises his eyebrows in surprise as he realizes you, with an expression of horror and running like the hellhounds are nipping at his heels, is headed straight towards him. Not the group, no. Their route is clearly towards him. Wondering what he could possibly have done to warrant such a ghastly, in the best way, approach, Rook simply waits until you has finally reached them, face flushed with exertion, to say, "Greetings, trickster. What brings you here with such a deep furrow upon your brow?" "Herbivore, you look like hell warmed over," Leona says bluntly, though Rook does not miss how his ears perk up alert. It seems he shares Rook's concerns. "Potato," Vil begins, and Rook takes a moment to appreciate how they all have their own names for you. "Is there an urgent—" "Rook!" You wheezes, and while Rook appreciates hearing his name from their wonderful voice, He thinks you should have more awareness. Indeed, Ville's increasing expression of offense at being cut off is a sign of grave peril. Leona snorts. You have good eyes, right? Yu continues to say, ignoring Ville and digging their grave deeper. Way too good in my opinion, Leona grumbles, and Rook smiles at the compliment. Indeed I do. As a hunter, I could not accomplish what I do without them, Rook declares proudly, a hand over his heart. Do you have an inquiry about my eye? Fingers latch around his wrist, and Rook thinks, oh my. I'm taking Rook, Yu declares to Ville, finally acknowledging him, and turns with a clear intention to start running. Except they pause as they barely start to pull, and then Rook turn to Rook with an uneasy look. He smiles. It's okay if I take you with me, right? Yu asks, and Rook realizes their grip around his wrist is firm but not oppressive. If not, I totally understand. I'll just, look for another way. Yu bites their lip, obviously struggling with finding another solution to whatever ails them, and Rook thinks he cannot be more charmed. He lifts his wrist and catches their hand as they let go, cupping it in his own, and says, Oh, trickster, you are truly a most beautiful soul. To think of my own feelings even in the midst of absolutely dreadful panic, to pause and ask for consent. Yours is a heart of gold, and as such I respond by wholeheartedly dedicating myself to your cause. Please tell me. He hears Leona making disgusted noises. His sound of disgust always sounds the same. As Yu says, great, let's go, links their hands together and starts dragging him towards the corridors of the college. What is it that you require my assistance with? Rook continues to gush, feeling rather like a fair maiden running with her suitor through a field of dandelions. What an exhilarating experience this is, dashing after someone to help them instead of attacking, observing. You are truly an assertive person, not dallying around and instead asking directly when you require assistance. Is this the result of experiencing various overblots? I can only hope that I'm sorry, Rook. Yu calls back solemnly. You don't deserve to be exposed to this, but you're the only one I can count on. Please, forgive me. Yu comes to a stop in a corridor, staring up at one of the arched columns. Do you see it? They ask softly, pointing to the gray bricks. Rook blinks, taking in all of the grain and spotting from wear and age. What is it, mon ami? I've been haunted by this for a while now, Yu says, pulling out a crumpled paper from their pocket and unfolding it. But I need to know if I'm going crazy or if this nightmare is actually real. Frowning, Rook looks over the paper. What is it? Yu nods to the bricks again instead of answering. Look again. Do you see it now? Such a cryptic reply. Rook decides he'll humor Yu. The image of their adorable nervousness while asking for his permission is absolutely burned into his memory now, and looks up towards the bricks again. Rain, holes, gray material, mildew spots. Rook blinks. You saw it. Yu lays a hand on his shoulder, and he looks at them in complete bewilderment. It makes no sense, but it's there. It's everywhere, and I need you to help me find them all. Grim is in the middle of taking a nap when he hears loud voices downstairs, totally interrupting his beauty sleep and afternoon of laziness. He has been looking forward to it all this week. No one is going to ruin this. Climbing down the stairs, completely intent on roasting whatever nuisance is down there, Grim doesn't expect Yu and Rook to storm up and almost squish him. Well, Yu storms, Rook just saunters. Hey, he yowls, ears flattening. What's the big idea? Yu, why is he here? This is supposed to be my super safe zone, he nearly yells. Rook Hunt gives him the heebie-jeebies, with those eyes that just focus too much. It's here too, on the shelf above the bed. The fur on Grim's back stands as he hears Yu speak. They sound kind of desperate, maybe a bit crazily desperate. I see it, comes Rook's more casual response, and Grim thinks he should get out while he's ahead. It's too early to truly see a pattern, but I do have a hypothesis. There's a pause, and in unison, they both say, Spots. Yes, Grim thinks, making a mad dash for the door, uncaring of the fact that he can't reach the doorknob easily. I need to get out of here. Poor Grim, poor guy. I'll have a small black tea, thanks, Yu says, walking past Jade with a confidence he has never seen on them. He can't spare too much time on being surprised, however, because he realizes Rook is walking with them and will no doubt see every sign of Jade's confusion. Rook smiles pleasantly at him. I shall have the rose tea. Jade smiles back, already writing down their order. Of course, coming right up. He watches them approach the aquarium that illuminates the room, passing the order slip to a waiter headed to the kitchen. They don't sit down, rather. Yu points to a darker background and leans in close to Rook. The feather on Rook's hat bobs as he nods. Yu then holds up a hand and gestures for Rook to look around, or turn around, sorry. Jade gets a clear look at their expressions as they gaze up at the jellyfish lights. Yu points, and Rook seems to have a hard time looking straight at the lights, which Jade will make sure to keep filed away for later. Good eyesight only worsens looking directly at lights. But then, Rook actually frowns, and he turns to Yu to say something. Yu shakes their head grimly, gesturing for them to finally sit at a booth, and they do with pensive expressions. Should he ask them what that was all about? Send in Floyd to strong-arm the answer out of them? I wonder. Jade later brings them their drinks and opens his mouth, intending to ask. Yu chugs their black tea like it's liquor, so reminiscent of his parents' acquaintances. And even Rook drinks his tea with a sense of urgency Jade has never seen. It's rather unsettling, if Jade is honest. Thanks for the drink, I'll go pay, Yu says, wiping their mouth with a what? What is a serviette? What is that? Wait, I need to Google something. What is a serviette? What is that? Is it just a napkin? Why didn't we use the word napkin? It's a table napkin. Why didn't we just say napkin? It's a fancy word for napkin. Okay, I learned something new today. All right, fine. Interesting. All right. Where was I? Serviette, right? And dashing out of the booth. I truly am the fair maiden here, Rook says half-heartedly, staring down at his cup. Is everything all right? Jade finally asks, watching Yu race to the counter to pay. I noticed you both were enthralled with some of our decor earlier. Rook sighs and delicately sips the last of his tea. Oh my gosh, wait, now I should know how to pronounce this now. Because of the short. Monsieur Bremididi. We're just gonna go with that for now. Rook says sadly, I believed I was assisting our wondrous prefect in a mission of great personal importance. Jade smiles. Oh? But it seems that was not quite the case. Rook gazes back into the deep blue of the aquarium, crossing his arms. No, it is much worse than that. Is something wrong with the aquarium's interior? There is something wrong, Rook agrees, with everything in this college. For a few moments, the students of Night Raven College witness a spectacle even more eye-catching than that of the overplots, the frequency of which is rather alarming. It becomes widely known that Rook Hunt, Pomfiore's vice house warden, and you, Ramshackle Dorm's prefect and Magicless Human, are on a hunt for something within the college. In fact, it seems like they've found many clues or have encountered the thing they're searching for many times. At first, it is only the prefect who fusses madly over whatever it is the two are looking for, staring at random furniture while pulling on their hair. Rook only looks on with a small smile at first. Then days turn into weeks, and he starts to lose his smile. 2 months in, and Rook only watches grimly as the prefect writes furiously in a notebook. Attempts to steal the notebook fail, as Rook is the one who keeps it and fights tooth and nail to take it back. Ruggy is still unwilling to be near him. They crowd around a vase of white and red flowers and hearts of the bulb, ignoring the puzzled looks of Ace, Deuce, and Cater as they whisper and point at the plants. They hightail it out of the room when they spot some books Riddle once forced Cater to study on a desk, screaming about the size of the bookmarks. They break into Leona's room while he's in it and escape through the window when he attempts to wring their neck. We couldn't have asked nicely. Couldn't have asked nicely. We couldn't have. Okay. Even during Beanfest, when Rook and you are on opposite sides, they have to discuss their findings before finally battling. 3, Rook says, holding an arm out before Trey, who just sighs and waits. 2, Rook says, doing the same to Grim and Cater. They simply stare at the two, clutching their beans in anticipation. Sighing in unison, the two suddenly slip back into competitive mode and force the others to battle, acting as nothing ever happened. Eventually, Rook and the prefix stop screaming and instead begin to shrink into themselves upon each discovery, pointing at a random wall or a flower vase, or leaning against each other for support in blatant displays of insanity. Though perhaps the students of NRC are just crazy, because they start tailing the duo as they run around. It's not like Rook and you are hiding what they're doing. They're just hiding what it is they're hunting for, and it's driving everyone mad. Vil and Jade attempt to subtly interrogate the duo. Azul carries a list of all known places where they have reached. The freshmen supply the most information because of their proximity to you. Even Malleus attempts to ask one of his visits to Ramshackle. Nothing of substance can be gathered. Of course, it all ends in a way that completely spites their efforts. It all comes to a head one day, outside in the courtyard where it all began. Ace and Deuce are a part of the group spying on them today, just passing by when they notice you and Rook running to the apple tree, pointing frantically to the shadows cast by the sunlight through the leaves. The pair look around them, with you even getting on their knees and crawling around in search of the thing. They find it. Rook is the one who sees it. He points behind you, and when they turn to see, they see the thing and Ace watches in horror as you buries their face into their hands, shoulders beginning to shake. Rook is quick to kneel down and wrap his arms around them in a hug, panting their back in what is obviously a comforting gesture. Ace can't do this anymore. He starts running, Deuce not far behind, and ignores all of the other students popping out of the woodwork in favor of getting to you as fast as possible. Oi, you! Ace calls, watching Rook for any signs of hostility. Rook only barely glances at him, a somber expression on his face. What's wrong? Need me to deck someone? I'll break their bones, Deuce promises. Just say the word. Use my henchman, they hear Grim yell, turning to see him being carried by Jack. If anyone's gonna be beaten others up, it's gonna be me. Well, we're an actual mafia, Floyd says, as the ultimate trio. Right? Floyd, I don't think you could casual. Floyd, I don't think that's the move. I don't think you can casually admit to being in the mafia. I mean, I suppose you have the free will to do so, but like... The Octafidel trio walks up, clearly finding humor in all of this. Just make a contract with us and we'll get rid of the problem, no sweat. Azul looks at him in disgust. Floyd, that is not how we make our deals. You're being too honest. Another day, another question, Jade says, and doesn't elaborate. I love you morons, you says, their voice muffled by their hands, but shut the hell up. Wow. All right, out with it. Ace kneels down, poking you. You've had us all wondering what you were freaking out about for months now. Seems you finally hit your breaking point, which I think means it's time to talk to someone. And by someone, I mean me. Preferably with answers. I think, you says, lifting their head at the slightest bit to stare at their hands, that I brought a cosmic deity with me when I came to this world. It watches us all. It watches, Rook parrots, and he doesn't have the decency to pretend he doesn't believe his own words. They all stand in silence for a moment, just staring at you and Rook. They wear two grim expressions, before Floyd cheerfully says, okay, sure, cosmic deities, what sort? You've been freaking out, Azul says slowly, because you think you somehow brought a cosmic deity with you. I would be inclined to call this nonsense, Jade says. However, I do have some faith in Rook to remain sensible when you does not. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Come on now, who is this cosmic deity? Ace says mockingly. And where exactly have you seen him? Azul adds, pulling out his notebook and pen. Mickey, Azul breathes. Mickey Mouse. Everywhere I look, I see his face. You know, I'm not gonna lie, guys. When I was first reading through this to screen it, I thought we were having a Magnus Archives crossover. I legitimately was like, oh my god, a cosmic deity that watches you? Oh my god, it's gonna be Magnus Archives? And then we get here, And I was like, oh yeah, the hidden Mickeys, right? Yeah, those are a thing. Yeah, those are a thing. Absolutely everywhere, Rook continued to repeat. I have learnt that even I can't miss what I do not know is there. My eyes will not deceive me again. Mickey Mouse, Deuce repeats faintly. Reaching into their pocket, Yu unfolds a wrinkled piece of paper and presents it to them, rubbing their eyes. Here, it's the silhouette of Mickey. He's a huge cartoon character in my world, so much so that you could ask anybody and they'd probably know who he is. Why did you react so badly today? Jack asks when they study the shape. It's just a circle with two smaller circles on top, forming the vague shape of round ears. Why this time in particular? The shadows are always changing, and yet there is a Mickey that has always retained its shape. Even worse, there is a new Mickey. Look! Liu shifts to the side, searching for Mickey. The Mickey they found. I'm sorry, it's just so fun. Rook gently takes their hand and points it to one of the spots where the light passes through the trees, directing their eyes to a circle with two smaller circles on top. Two circles, akin to ears. Grim shrieks, clinging onto Jack's face and resisting his attempts to pry Grim off. It's actually there! Yu sniffles and says, Rook, I'm going to be so glad when you graduate and leave. I don't want your eyes to look at me. But, Rook answers without missing a beat, even as he gazes at the ground forlornly. I always want to look at you. Yeah, Ace isn't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Actually, he doesn't think he wants to be anywhere near them or that thing. Floyd hums. You mean these things are all around the school? I'm transferring. Me too. So if I checked out all these locations, did I mention, Yu says, that he's talked to me? What the? And there you have it! There you have it! There you have your eyes creep me out. It's such a delightful little time. And it's funny too because all the locations, like in hindsight, make so much sense because they're all the hidden Mickey locations. But when you're reading through it the first time, you're like, what is happening? What are they looking for? There's so much intrigue. There's so much mystery. And then it's Mickey. And it's delightful. It's so delightful. Yeah, you was the prophet of Mickey Mouse. Exactly. Exactly. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for submitting this fanfic. Thank you. It was a very delightful read. I think we have time for one more. I'm gonna say one more because I don't know how long it's gonna take. Depending on whether or not it's short or not, we might do one more than that. But we're gonna do one more. And then any one of the ones that we didn't get to, we'll save for a later date, and we'll do them eventually. Potentially. Who knows? Who knows? But for now, we gotta figure out what is our last fic gonna be. What is our last fic gonna be? I think are the user generated ones 5 and 5. Okay, so they're all the same. Okay, perfect. All right, let's see. Let's find out. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh, Vanrouge Everlasting. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh my, between the two of them. My oh my. All right, Vanrouge Everlasting. Where's this one? What's this one? Is this one gonna be a sad one? I don't know. We want to end on a sad one. We'll find out. I don't fully remember. Oh, it is a sad one, but it's short. It's a sad one, but it's really short. It is really short. So we'll do another one. We'll do another one after this. We'll do another one after this. It's really short, but it is sad. It is a little sad. It is a multi-chapter fic. It's multi-chapter. But we're only going to do chapter 1, as is what we've been doing. But it is a little sad. It's a little sad, a little angsty. This one is a general audience, Twisted Wonderland, obviously. There is implied / reference Lilia Melanor in this. There is Rayvern and Melanor, Malleus and Silver, and Lilia and Sebek as platonic. familial, you know. Includes Lilia, Malleus, Silver, Sebek, and then their parents. No better we die like Melidor. No! Oh, that is a funny tag. Found family, hurt comfort, angst, hurt comfort, inspired by Tuck Everlasting. So whatever that is referencing this. Third person limited, good parent, Lilia Vanrouge. Lilia needs a hug, Malleus needs a hug. Diasomnia is a family. Diasomnia references to Sleeping Beauty. Ignore the many world-building questions. POV alternative. Child Mal, Child Silver, past character death. Takes place in the 1880s. Alternate views human. You see the questions. They're a little out of character, but that's on purpose. Alternate universe, canon and divergent. Character study. Lilia needs therapy. There you go. Oh, it's a book about an immortal family. Oh, okay. There you go. So it's immortal family. Oopsie, that's not the thing. Warning, immortal family, little sads. And there you go. And there you go. The first I think everything else goes in after the first chapter. First chapter. This more like, it feels more like a prologue when I read it the first time. So let us begin. Sunlight beat down on the dirt path ahead of him, scorching the weak grass and stirring a humid buzz of insects and parched plants. Lilia's mouth felt dry, despite the way the summer air clung to his skin, leaving him rather sticky and uncomfortable. He wanted nothing more than to collapse, but wherever he felt the squeeze of the small hands holding onto his, Lilia felt his resolve triple. He had to keep walking, if only for Malleus. No older than 13, he shared his mother's delicate features and black hair that looked almost blue or green in the right light. Far too quiet for a child his age, like the world had stolen all the words from him. Lilia was starting to worry with the way Malleus had yet to speak much more than all right or thank you. Surely he couldn't understand all that had happened. His mother's death, the fight, their desperate flight away from everything either of them had ever known. All that should have been far outside the realm of comprehension for him. Some of it, sure, but Malleus wasn't a fool, and had proven as such. Even so, to be shocked into silence from everything? Lilia had expected frantic questions, fear, confusion, anger, sadness, all of the emotions any child his age ought to feel lacking in the boy. At least, as far as Lilia could tell. He'd never been an expert on reading people, though especially children. What an odd turn of events, for him to be the closest thing to family Malleus had left. We'll be able to break soon, okay? Lilia assured, studying the ground in front of them. Much of the forest had been sparse and dying, but it was rapidly closing in and becoming the lush woods Lilia had expected. But the soft azure hue in the sky overhead and the shift to life gave Lilia hope that they were approaching water. And water was what they found, much to Lilia's relief. Nestled among blue forget-me-nots was a spring, filled with the clearest water he had ever seen. It was as if the clear sky had come down to the soil, pure and flowing over clean pebbles. While the rational part of his brain urged Lilia to boil the water and test it first, the part of him held together by sleepless nights and the fear longed for fresh water right then and there. He had had no respite since he had rescued Malleus and ran, and here it was, perfectly nestled away from the world. It called him, pulling him in, urging him to drink and forget all his problems in the moment. There, we'll rest here for now. No, we'll stay here, in this forest, by this spring. We won't have to go anywhere else anymore. Does that sound good, Malleus? Lilia asked, meeting his piercing gaze. Malleus nodded, looking past Lilia to the spring, focused on satiating his thirst before anything else. And so, Lilia collapsed to his knees, leaned over, and drank that star-scent water, letting his guard down. I could live like this, he thought, an easy life surrounded by natural abundance, something beautiful to outshine reality's ugly truth. I could live like this forever. And so they probably do. That is the little prologue, the little first chapter. Someone was asking about words before. It's 3,107 words. It's 3 chapters out of who knows how many. Seems like an ongoing thingy. So there you have. Careful what you wish for. Exactly. But Vanrouge Everlasting. Delightful setup. Very lovely writing. It's very interesting. Concept, of course. Now that I know what Tuck Everlasting is, it makes a little bit more sense to me. But delightful, delightful. So thank you so much for recommending this particular fic. It was great. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Since it was so short, we do have time for one more, but this one will probably be the last one, unless I am a liar again. We'll find out. Who knows? But let's see. What do we have in store? What do we have in store? What is there? I feel like the fall. Oh no, guys, we can't do that. We cannot end on this one. Guys, I'm vetoing this because this one is too angsty. I don't want to end on an angsty one. We're not gonna do the fall. I will keep it in the wheel. It's gonna keep in the wheel. We're gonna keep it in the wheel. We may return to it later. I can't handle that right before I go to bed. I read that. I got sucked into that one. So as soon as I started reading it, I got really sucked into that one. We cannot do that tonight. We're gonna end on this one instead. I don't remember what this one is about. I don't remember. It's not like a bad thing, but it is very, very angsty. And it's delicious. It's delicious and angsty, and it's open-ended, and it's great. I really like that one. I'm not in the right mindset to finish off tonight with that one. So we're gonna explore what this one is, because I don't remember what it is, which means it's probably one of the first ones, and it is. Yay! Look at that. All right. Oh, this one's cute. This one's cute. See, this is the energy we need to end the night off. This one's cute. I remember it now. I remember it now. Oh, it's very cute. This is what we need. This is what we need. All right. This is just like old times. There's a ship. There's Trey and Riddle is a ship, but this is post canon. This is like after NRC. This is Twisted Wonderland, obviously. General audience is Gen. There is that male-male relationship, but Trey and Cater platonic, Cater and Riddle platonic, Cater and Ace platonic, Cater and Deuce platonic, minor background relationships, including the Trey and Riddle. Trey and Riddle are a ship in this one, but otherwise it's just kind of like it's just a slice of life, fluffy little thing. That's it. That's all it is. The plot is almost 2 years after graduating from Night Raven College, the old Hartsleable crew meet up at Cater's apartment during a long weekend, and Cater doesn't really know what to do. So that is this fic. That is, the Trey Rid is not like overt, it's just kind of there from what I remember. So it'll be a good time. It'll be a good, yeah, and everyone will be able to go to sleep with a smile on their face. Exactly. Exactly. It's a very cute one. It's a little bit longer, but I think it's the perfect sort of fluffness for us to end on this evening, you know? All right, so just like old times, here we go. It hadn't hit him that this was really happening until he was woken up at 9 in the morning by a text from Ace with a picture of them all at the airport and an ETA of an hour, give or take. That got his ass out of bed faster than a bucket of ice cold water or an air horn to the ear ever could. Sure, he was the one to toss out the half-joke, half-serious suggestion into their group chat, a chat which should have been long since died by then. Mind, his existence fades from their lives as soon as they'd parted ways in his 4th year. They'd always find some excuse to drag him back into being active. When the topic of plans for an upcoming long weekend sprung up, he couldn't just leave them well enough alone. Come over to the Shaftlands instead, Lamau. You can crash on my floor. He tapped out in the break room at the amusement park between bites of his lunch. Give me an excuse to visit this super cute cupcake shop at this mall for some pics. It didn't sink in when the others started seriously discussing plans for sightseeing, or when they double, triple, quadruple checked that it was really absolutely fine if they stayed with him because they would totally just get a hotel room nearby instead if it was too much trouble. Yes, it was fine if they didn't mind sleeping on a throw rug. or when Trey announced a few days later that he and Riddle would pay Deuce's way since he was lamenting his lack of funds. Or heck, when they showed pictures of the stupid plane tickets. Not until an hour before their arrival did Cater understand that this wasn't some empty platitude that would never actually come to fruition, no matter how often everyone agreed to catch up over coffee sometime totally. The four of them actually came to visit the Shaftlands. Oh, this was going to be so awkward. At least, that was what he assumed. And yet, there they were, stationed on his L-shaped couch around a tiny, wheedled coffee table, eating a bowl of leftover sour cream potato chips and dip, chatting away as if they were back in Hartsleable Lounge while some reality drama show on Magiflex filled in as low background noise. Even Riddle seemed relaxed, which came as one hell of a relief. He'd been so worried that his ex-housewarden would be bored at best, outright bothered at worst by the, presentation his crappy one-bedroom apartment offered. But it quickly became apparent that Riddle's stiff unease was from a lack of experience with casual get-togethers, as he loosened up within the hour. So, I'ma be real, Cater started after swallowing his mouthful of chips, the embarrassment from the admission heating his cheeks. I don't actually have much in the way of meals for you guys. Don't know about tomorrow, but today we could, order a pizza for dinner? What? No 5-course meal planned for us? Oh, Cater, for shame, Ace teased. I didn't actually know if you guys were coming or not, and I was busy with other stuff. Sheesh, cut KK a break, Cater shot back. The frickin' plane tickets weren't proof enough? How about we pay a visit to the mall you mentioned today and pick some stuff up there, Trey suggested, sweeping his gaze across the group. If everyone's not too wiped out from the plane ride, that is. Riddle paused his conversation with Deuce to nod. I think that's a fine idea. I did have visit the mall on the itinerary for tomorrow, but we can just fit it in today instead. Hang on. Itinerary? Cater asked. In the span of a second nod, Riddle had whipped out a pocket planner from the inner pocket on his blazer, opening it to the current date and tapping the pages. Yes, an itinerary. I've incorporated a plan to visit several key historical and sightseeing destinations on our trip. This is a first for some of us, and as such is a valuable learning opportunity. Off to the side, Ace rolled his eyes. Without even sparing him a glance, as though he developed a sixth sense for tomfoolery, Riddle kicked his shin and continued undeterred. Oh, what a delightful time. However, upon recommendation, I left today blank in the event that travel left us exhausted. We ended up just sleeping on the plane, though, Deuce added. Talk about thorough, you even calculated entry fares for some of these places, Cater squinted. What are these gaps all about? These are here in case we require a break, or if you have any recommendations for places to go. Recommendations, huh? Oh, yeah, I got a couple. Excellent. On that note, we'd best get ready to depart for the mall. Oh, but first, I'd like to be certain we're all on the same page. Riddle pointedly ignored Ace's muffled groan. I'm not entirely adverse to the idea of ordering out or visiting restaurants during our stay. However, we can only stretch our funds so thin, so if we wish to engage in other activities, I have no intention of forcing you to pay for us. Trey waved his hand. Nah, don't worry about it. We don't need to eat out every day. Cater cut his gaze to Trey. Trey stared back. In unison, they both glanced towards the kitchen, then back again, and Cater slowly shook his head. Oh, no, you don't. I think I will, Trey said, as though it were the most simple fact in the world. I am not gonna make you cook for us. You're here to chill. But cooking is a way to chill, and there's stuff you can find here that we can't get over in the Queendom. I'm blocking off this kitchen with split card while we're gone. It's gonna be covered in boards so you can't get in. Trey grinned wide and cheeky. Oh, trust me, I'll find a way in. Don't make me make it a rule. Guest shalt not cook for the host. You know Riddle will take my side. Are you trying to weaponize him against me when he's sitting right there? I've done it before for your birthday, and I totally will again. Guess you won't be getting a quiche in that case. Then Trey chuckled and gave Cater a pat on the shoulder. Seriously though, Cater, I don't mind. My treat. It's not weird for friends to cook for each other, and the long weekend's a break for you too, so consider it part of that break. And with that settled, before Cater could even begin to argue, he stood up. Are we taking your car or calling for a ride? Sputtering, Cater stared wide-eyed as the others got up in turn, wiping off chip crumbs on the leftover coffee shop napkins. It didn't take long for him to snap out of it and grab his keys, but Trey's insistence continued to rattle around in his mind all the while. On the ride over, they unanimously decided on making a proper day out of the trip rather than just a brief hop-in for cupcakes and groceries, for as long as their bodies held out before any jet lag settled in. Once they found a parking spot and approached the entrance, Cater took up the reins as a pseudo-tour guide, flashing the mall map on his phone. Alrighty, we've got your standard clothing shops, we've got restaurants, tourist traps, we've got places to goof off if anyone feels like getting their gremlin on. Sounds like there's got some cute little event going on in the center plaza too we could hit up on the way. He spun his phone around and dragged 2 fingers across the screen to enlarge it. So, what are we feeling? Good eats, tacky treats, or does anyone need a repeat? I'd like to go get a souvenir for my mom, actually, Deuce said. Best son of the year, 100%. Good kiddo. Hand raised in the air as well. Oh, he is such a treat. If there's something not too expensive, that is. Sounds good, Trey nodded. We can look around and see what catches our eye. Many things did. Hobby shops, general goods, even a couple clothing stores from chains that weren't present in the Queendom. Trey spent a bit of time in a glasses parlor with Deuce while the other 3 ogled a pet shop display across the way. Cater held a heavy hand on Riddle's shoulder at his request to stop him from straying into a fancy dessert shop, only to watch as Ace went instead with the wildest cheese. Of course he would. Riddle's trying so hard to not go in and not be tempted, and Ace is like, ooh, what you gonna do, collar me? A break at Wonderland's most amazing box, which was really just a cramped room made of mirrors and LED lights, was frankly a bit sad for a plaza event, served as a great palate cleanse. Eventually, after much humming and hawing, Deuce settled on a pair of ear cuffs and a bag of local candies he'd be allowed to take on the plane home. Riddle caved on a novelty teapot soon after, despite his initial intentions of wait and weigh his options, while Trey picked up a set of cups to match. Ace held up the longest. A trick pen did him in. As they passed by an arcade, the EDM overpowering the background chatter of the mall, Deuce suddenly stopped on a dime. Wait, is that? Completely oblivious to the way he nearly caused a 4-person pile-up behind him, he took off towards a handful of games bracketing the arcade entrance. A couple seconds later, with an eye roll that Cater knew was at least partially for show, Ace joined him. I don't understand the point of arcades, Riddle muttered, eyeing the way Ace and Deuce crowded at a claw machine. I can acknowledge that I'm clearly not the target demographic for such a place, but it seems like a little more than an incredible waste of time and money. I mean, it kinda is, but that's what makes it super satisfying when you do win something big, and when a lot of the non-ticket games can't be played at home without some wicked expensive tech. Trey shrugged. Think of it as paying for the experience. Riddle didn't appear convinced in the slightest, yet gave no further argument as they caught up with the others. They ended up getting a handful of tokens to split between everyone who wanted them, and almost immediately a non-insignificant amount was spent on the claw machines, to no avail. Under the likelihood that they weren't going to ever put any tickets won to good use, they agreed on sticking to the classic machines for the remaining tokens. They have air hockey? Ace exclaimed, jogging over to the table. Oh man, I used to play this with my brother every time we visited the arcade near our place. He crossed over to the other side, taking one striker in hand and sliding the other halfway across to the opposite end. Anyone want to go for a round? Before Cater was able to give it any consideration, Deuce was shrugging off his jacket, which Trey took from him with an outstretched hand. I'll take you on, he announced, expression serious as he reached to retrieve the striker. I used to be the best in my group whenever we played, which wasn't often, but still. How does it work exactly? Riddle asked. Just watch and we'll show ya. Ace popped a token into the slot, and at once the table began to whir, the puck slowly gliding off of its own accord. He leaned far to clap the puck down until under his striker and dragged it towards him before Deuce got the chance. Eye contact was made, and the game was on. So it uses air to glide the puck around, Riddle commented idly, head bobbing back and forth to track the puck. True to the name. How interesting. I never considered utilizing airflow for the sake of a game. 5 minutes later, at least two of which were spent searching for the puck after Deuce repeatedly launched it off the table, and Ace was declared the winner. Dude, the goal isn't to murder your opponent's fingers, he griped, shaking out his hand. Hitting as hard as possible always worked when I played in middle school. What kind of murder puck game were you guys playing? Ace blanched. Whatever. Anyone else want to have a go? Someone less likely to lodge the puck in the wall? He gestured to Riddle, eyebrow raised in invitation. For a moment, Riddle seemed to consider it, staring at the striker Deuce left behind, but ultimately he shook his head. I'll pass. Nah, I getcha, that's fine. Games like these aren't for everyone. Then, slowly, a smirk wound its way across Ace's lips. Or are you just scared you're gonna lose? A Riddle's gaze went steely. Put a token in, he ordered, low and growly, snatching up the striker. Well, Ace had said the magic phrase. No way are those two are gonna leave the air hockey table now. And with Trey slowly turning into a glorified goat rat. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, poor Trey! Oh dear, oh gosh. As Riddle added on his belongings, that just left. Hey, Deucey, Cater called as he sauntered over towards one of the dance pad machines. Want to take me on? Deuce blinked, gingerly reaching out to touch the cool metal holding bar as though it would come alive and bite him. I'm not really good at this sort of thing, not that I ever tried. Now's your chance to try then, just for funsies. Well, alright, I'll give it a shot. Dre! Kay turned and leaned over the bar to hold out his phone. Get some good vids of us, yeah? So not only is he the coat rat, but he's also the videographer. Oh my. Oh my gosh, you're right! You're right. Trey is the coat rat guy from Bill's Carpet Cadets. I still think about this to this day and it always makes me laugh. I legitimately just thought they were talking about a sentient coat rat. I was like, oh, it's a Beauty and the Beast thing. I got it. Perfect. Sentient furniture. Oh, okay. The coat rack designs the clothes. That makes sense. We're in a magic world. It's fine. Little did I know that it was just Trey this entire time. It was just Trey. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Good lord. Yeah, he's a coat rack and a tripod. Cater's like, just hold the phone and be real still. Because you're not doing anything anyway. Oh man. Oh man. Oh gosh. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Okay, the video. Rolling his eyes, Trey left Ace and Riddle to their vicious rivalry and strolled over to take the phone. Sure thing. Don't worry, I'll start you off nice and easy, Cater promised, right before selecting a mid-level song. An old favorite he enjoyed many times before with a beat map most certainly not for beginners. Great, good job, Cater. He knew it well enough to where he could spare a couple of glances to the side to watch Deuce flail and flumble as though he didn't know where legs were. Oh boy, that was going to be a good video to watch back after. As soon as it ended, Deuce pitched forward with his hands on his knees, panting for breath. To his credit, Cater found himself wasn't doing all that much better. At least he was still standing, though. He could take pride in that. You doing okay, Deucey? Don't go passing out on us. Cater checked after a couple of seconds. This is nothing. I've had a way harder days on the track, Deuce reassured as he lifted his head and frowned at the score on his screen. Not as good as I thought I was doing, but I think I got the hang of it. Wiping the sweat from his chin, he straightened up to lean his back against the bar. Is there anything with a faster tempo? Oh, you already want something harder? Deuce shot him a cocky grin. Hell yeah, I'm barely hanging on, but it's not every day I get to face off against a senior. My buddy, my pal, I'm not your senior anymore, right? He scoffed. You don't have to hype me up like that. I know. I guess it's like making up for lost time or something like that. Cater's throat went dry. He tried to blame it on his harsh breathing. Oh yeah? To his surprise, Deuce's grin calmed into something warm and genuine. Yeah, he nodded. Because we only got a year to hang out at NRC compared to how long Trey and Riddle got. It's just... Then he shrugged. It doesn't really seem fair to miss out on stuff like this just because of a shitty time limit or, you know what I mean. Aw. Turning back to the screen, Cater's eyes fell upon the timer for the song select screen. The numbers ticked down slowly. 16 seconds remaining to make their choice. I know what you mean, Cater finally echoed back, softer than before as he reached forward to hit confirm and watched the timer vanish. Ooh. I have a feeling we're getting many, many KK feels. A lot of KK feels. Upon soundly thrashing 3 out of the 4 of his potential opponents, Trey wisely chose to continue embracing his roles as the as the group's pack mule. Ace's very loud, very pointed, very embarrassing stomach rumble told them it was time for a break. After a bit of back and forth on whether a proper restaurant would be worthwhile, which included a non-insignificant amount of trapezing about check capacity and prices, they all eventually just accepted they were too hungry to care. The stalls at the food court weren't exactly a fine dining experience, but it would satisfy all the same. Right from the moment they entered the food court, Riddle's eyes locked on a booth selling crepes. All it took was a little encouragement. Come on, you're on vacation. You'll live without a proper lunch for one day. And off he went. He didn't even stick around to find a table with them, as Trey promised to flag him down from where they sat so he could secure a spot in line before it grew too long. Cater ended up splitting off next to check a curry place. By the time he returned, Ace and Deuce were both gone and Riddle had only just sat down. They locked eyes as Cater set his tray down. No words were exchanged. None needed to be. Riddle pushed the plate forward and let Cater have his fill of snapping pics. Understandable. Yep. With Trey taking off to order now that someone was around to watch their stuff, Cater's attention shifted away from the crepe. So, he started, leaning in to sit his chin on the back of his hand with a big old grin. I asked in the chat at the time of, sure, but inquiring minds want to know how's it been, living in your own place. I mean, now that you've had some time to chill. Blinking, Riddle looked up but didn't really reply right away. His mouth twisted into a handful of tight, thoughtful shapes before he answered, It's been strange in a multitude of ways, but surprisingly comforting too. I'm not used to having such open-endedness when it comes to the layout and decor of a room, much less an entire apartment. Yeah, I getcha. You keep expecting someone else to come in and be like, no, you must put that desk here instead. Yes, Riddle gestured towards Cater with his empty fork, then jabbed it into a slice of his crepe. I also checked the terms of the lease several times to make sure I wasn't breaking any rules with regards to furniture, just to be certain. But it helps a ton having friends there too, Cater said while Riddle paused to sample the crepe. His grin turning cheeky at the way Riddle's eyes flickered up to stare. But the moment the words had left his mouth, however, a pang of horror struck him, and he played back the sentence in his head, turning it over and over, stretching out every word. Did that sound bitter? He hadn't meant for it to, but shit, sorta did. With someone to help shift the furniture around, he added, in the hopes it would cover things up. Thankfully, either Riddle didn't notice or he allowed it to slide if he did, because rather than taking on a look of suspicion or pity, Riddle swallowed the bite, placed his fingers on his chest, and shot back. For your information, I am perfectly capable of moving heavy furniture on my own, thank you very much. I am not going to saddle Trey with the risk of developing a spinal injury when levitation spells work just fine. Thank goodness. Oh, for sure. You're totally strong enough to handle it. But I mean an extra set of eyes, you know? Having another person there gives you another perspective to consider. That is true. Trey was ultimately the one who chose where the hedgehog's cage would be placed when it arrived. You two still owe us pit pics, BT dubs. Riddle chuckled. My apologies. We've both been quite tied up since moving in. I'm sure Trey's already divulged the requirements for a baker's license. Plenty. And you've got law school coming up, right? I do. Normally, the Queendom does not allow skipping ahead in education, but the credits I've accumulated have granted me the opportunity to shorten a 4-year program down to 2. Down to 2! How? How? Riddle, how? Riddle. Riddle paused to take a sip from his water bottle before continuing. In addition, Night Raven College has formally invited me to return as a guest speaker for next year's cultural fair, which I intend to accept. It's never too early to prepare for such things. Oh, congrats! Your toad's gonna knock that out of the park. But woof, you're as busy as ever. I'm kind of surprised you even showed up. Would you rather I didn't? Wincing as he realized how rude that just sounded, Cater frantically waved his hands in front of his face. Hunger must have been making him cranky. No. I'm super stoked you were here. It's just wild that you managed to make time for it given... He waved his hands again, this time in a wider motion above his head. All of that? Riddle scoffed, cutting a strawberry in half. But of course I would. We haven't spoken face to face since your graduation ceremony. And no, the video call during my own graduation does not count. He dipped the berry in the semi-melted whipped cream before popping it into his mouth. And for once, Cater couldn't tell if the smile that followed was a result of the sweet treat, or if Riddle was deliberately directing it at him. The answer became apparent when Riddle continued, I already said this at your door, but truly, I'm glad to see you again. For a moment, all Cater could do was blink. When he finally wrestled control of his tongue again to speak, he hoped that the heat filling his head and steaming his brain wasn't also making itself visible onto his cheeks. Yeah, it's awesome getting to see you again, too. Sure, they'd only just eaten, but not a single one could resist the siren's call of a novelty cupcake, drawn to the glass like moths to a flame. Cater solely for their appearance, of course. Admittedly, Cater had forgotten all about the cupcakes up until that point, and wasn't that a strange notion to acknowledge? It was half of the reason he suggested this particular mall. Not that it would have been the end of the world had they forgotten, but considering how long he'd been joking and then serious about stopping by for some cute pictures, well, he just didn't know what to make of it. He was having too much fun, and that worried him. As their legs began to grow weary from wandering, they decided to end off with the original purpose of the mall's visit, the grocery run. Each person discussed what was on the menu, where they'd chip in financially if possible, and yet, in the end, they somehow wound up with more food than necessary. Sure, his diet wasn't the best at times, but still, Peter squinted suspiciously at their all-too-pleased smiles when Trey fished out some extra thaw marks. Well, now you'll have something more for the day after we leave, was all Trey said, when prodded while loading up the bags into the trunk. You guys act like I'm wasting away to nothing, Cater exaggerated his pout. But once he was relatively alone in staring at the bags in his trunk, he dropped the pout to suck on his teeth. It felt too much like a pity move from them for comfort. He couldn't tell if the burn in the back of his throat was a holdover from the curry or from something decidedly more caustic. Rather than make Trey cook during the first night, Cater insisted they just order out so he could relax, with the compromise that he would let Trey go to town in his kitchen whenever he wanted on the remaining days. Thus, pizza, and a separate order for Riddle upon request so he could avoid excess grease, was brought in and distributed. The pseudo-party mood made complete via their newly bought drinks poured into tacky red solo cups with names written in Sharpie on the side. For entertainment, Cater dragged his laptop out to hook up for some games or movies or whatever felt appropriate in the moment. As the sun began to set and it became apparent that they didn't have any further plans of leaving the apartment, Cater excused himself to go change into something more suitable for a lazy evening. Upon closing the door, he pushed his back up against it, heaved the biggest yet quietest sigh of his life, and sank to the ground. Holy hell. Talk about exhausting. Prancing around all upbeat and chill in the face of such blatant pity was not how he pictured the weekend going. Now that he thought about it, though, how did he picture the weekend going? It sounded nice on the surface, and it was fun gallivanting about the mall like they were back to running errands at Errands. It's getting late, y'all. Errands at Sam's. So, what was different between Cater and right now, Cater? You've been having fun. You shouldn't be feeling like a big sack of shit. Whatever. The longer he dwelled, the harder it would be to slip back into the groove when he emerged. He'd only just gotten started and undoing his crappy excuse for dressing up, his earrings tossed haphazardly into a drawer and his hairpins in his hand, mid-hair shakeout when someone started knocking. Hey, Cater, gotta talk to you for a sec. Sure, he didn't even get to finish as Ace pushed the door open. That is such a pet peeve of mine. That is such a pet peeve. Dude, who just barges in? I could have been naked. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we both know you weren't getting changed in here. Ace shut the door behind him. You doing okay? Huh? Cater blinked. Oh, yeah, why wouldn't I be? Then what was with that didn't actually know if you were coming or not thing? You're still thinking about that, AC? Buddy, it's no big deal. The conversation was long ago. KK just forgot is all. How do you forget when we were all in a chat like 2 days ago talking about when to meet at the airport? You literally said Ace cut off to fish his phone from his pocket, tapping away, bringing up the conversation. Quote, I can pick you guys up if you want, to which we said no. It's fine. We'll just get a ride just in case you sleep in since we'd be working that day before. Then you said, wow, so little faith, lol, I can set an alarm, you know. And from there, it just became alarm clock memes and jokes about Silver. Oh man, bros catching strays. Bros catching strays even after graduation. He shoved the phone back into his pocket. The point is, I'm not buying it. All Cater could do was stare in horror. His mind raced for some kind of deflection, but really, he had just been playing mental catch-up since the day began, leaving him woefully unprepared to be cornered in his own bedroom. When he received no response, Ace frowned. Cater, come on, I'm not stupid. Don't think I didn't notice how you just dropped the face of Twisted Wonderland sometimes. Cater's jaw tightened. What he didn't expect was the flare of genuine bona fide anger that flooded him head to toe. Nor did he expect the little mental scab he'd been picking at earlier to suddenly rip open and reveal the ugly, gangrenous thought trapped beneath. Yeah? What the hell do you know about it? He wanted to snap. You all get to stay in the same country. You're all literally 20 minutes away from each other, tops, and 2 of you are sharing a house. If anyone wants to hang out and chat over your stupid tea and biscuits, no problemo. And so where the fuck does that leave me in this happy little quartet of yours? Why are you guys trying so hard to keep me around? Why drag it out? I don't want your stupid pity. Just let this die already. So, what? You're all here trying to coddle me then? Was what he said instead. Less lethal, still sharp enough to cut. And Ace didn't seem fazed. Coddle you? Seriously? Literally, what other reason is there for you guys to be here? To hang out as friends? You really think you're getting rid of us that easily? Ace's expression went comically deadpan, save for the raise of his eyebrows. After all the shit we went through the past couple of years? Nah, dude. You'd have to make an active effort to do that. Then he smirked, the familiar little hook whenever he knew he had something on the ropes. And we all know you suck at that kind of thing if you're not interested. You'll give up after like a week. Cater stared hard for a moment. Then, despite himself, a rueful laugh cracked its way through and bubbled out of him, and unwelcome and sudden as the case of hiccups. Yeah, guess I would, huh? With a big, dramatic, showy sigh, Ace's body slumped, and then he straightened right back up, hand on his hip. Look, you don't have to believe it right now. I can see it in your eyes. I could probably yell at you the whole frickin' hour how you wouldn't believe it. But as a friend who wants to hang out, you bet your ass I'm gonna be calling you directly again next time you try and bail on us. A finger was jabbed and waggled towards Cater. Capiche? Cater wanted to stay mad. He really truly did. It was easy to hold on to indignation when each and every time someone promised to keep in touch, they never followed through. Always so empty. Always so exhausting. This, though, this was different. Ace wasn't badgering him over Magicam DMs, towing the line between well-meaning acquaintance and hypocrite. He wasn't separated by a couple floors where making the journey to lay a verbal smackdown would take all of a few seconds like back at the dorm. Ace had actually made an effort to come across the ocean and yell in his face. All 4 of them had come. Cater had to remind himself, spent way too much of their valuable time and money for it to be a worthwhile pity move. So how in the world was he supposed to stay mad at that? Yeah, he surrendered after a moment. I'm serious. The phone came back out. I'll do it right now. In fact, multiple times. Flood the group chat with FaceTime requests and confuse and annoy the hell out of the others. That pulled another laugh out from Cater, a genuine one. I got it. Good. Because I'm only gonna say this once, and you better not tell Deuce that I'm taking it from him, but bros don't leave bros behind. That feels like such a Deuce line. Oh man. You're stuck with us now, whether you want to be or not. And what if I do tell him? Then you'll have to give the context with it. Oh, you crafty little... You really just put KK in a bind. Yep, gotta pick your poison here. Silence fell between them for a few beats. Taking it as a signal that his message had been received, Ace turned to grab the doorknob and leave. Hey, Ace? Cater intended to speak, he really did, but some clawing, icky feeling in his guts had him swallow the words back down, or try to. As just when he'd take a deep breath to solidify that he was chickening out of it all, they spilled out anyway. Thanks, really. That means a lot. Ace waved lazily. It's no problem. And you better know that the others would do the same. Now get back out here, I'm gonna steal your spot in the corner. Whoa, hold up. Nope, no waiting, you better hurry up. It's free real estate out here. Ace shut the door before he could get another word in edgewise, leaving him standing there with his hairpins in his fist. They stuck to his palm from the force of his grip when he opened his hand to look at them, leaving angry red indents in the skin, a little diamond suit charm adorning one pin digging especially deep. He ran his thumb over the smooth red plastic. Bros don't leave bros behind, huh? He murmured. To his surprise, his chest grew lighter. Despite the late hour, the early wake-up call, the mall wandering, the dancing, the mentally hanging on by a thread, despite everything, for the first time that day, Cater felt as though he actually had energy. Yeah, this one ended up being a very long one. I don't remember it being this long when I went through to do the thing. It probably should have been disqualified based off of that. We have two more sections. So we might as well. At this point, we're in it. We're invested. We're in it too deep. Oh, you want glow mask Mal? Sure, I'll put it right now. Hold on. I'll take a little breath, a moment. Yeah, no, I'll set glow mask Mal. Sure. If you need them, I was considering moving Beans Day Buddy to Ernesto instead, since I have Ernesto fully maxed now. But I was like, I don't know. I feel like Bean Boy is a little bit more universal. But I shall change to Glow Mask Mal. It is now Glow Mask Mal. Have fun in your exams. You should be good now. But yeah, no, it's 10:56. You're just late here. We're gonna get through this one, and that's gonna be it. The end. For sure. You're welcome. And let me know anytime you need different support. I'm totally fine doing that. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out. Thank you. More coat rack tray. I hope. I feel like we have to get a tray scene, and then we'll get like a culmination, and then it'll be it. But by the time Cater actually returned, donned in pajamas with his diamond suit hairpin now keeping the bangs out of his eyes, the others had selected a game to play, and his couch spot had indeed been taken. By Trey. Bastard. Ace shrugged, voice rife with defeat as he said, he beat me to it. When Cater approached, chest puffed out and arms crossed in an overly showy, playful manner, Trey grinned and held up a controller. Cater didn't take it. Excuse me, that's my spot. Trey didn't flinch. You never called it when you got up. You never called it when you got up. Cater mocked back and dropped himself onto the opposite side of Riddle to show how hurt he was at losing the coveted corner couch spot in his own home. House Warden, your vice is being so mean. Can't you punish him? I'm not your House Warden anymore, Riddle scolded, though the size of his smirk made it clear it was all good-natured, mostly. And you never did state that calling a sitting spot was a rule in your household. I'd say the fault lies with your poor conduct in establishing the rules. Well, I'm making it one now, calling this corner spot. Wow. Not even gonna let KK finish. When Trey waved the controller at him again, Cater snatched it with a big old grin of his own and swatted at the back of the hand behind Riddle's head. He settled into his spot, shifting around cushions to make it comfortable, and the chit-chat with Ace weighing heavy over his shoulders. In a manner he hoped was sneaking enough, his gaze swept across each and every one of them, attempting to parse whether Ace was truly right. If his reassurance wasn't just exaggeration. Deuce's focused stare threatened to burn holes into the TV screen as he read through the various options the game provided. Trey fed Riddle a piece of cheese from the charcuterie board with a toothpick within a shockingly open, disgustingly saccharine display. Riddle crossed his legs and stole a corner cushion from Trey to hold in his lap, something Cater had only ever seen him do a handful of times in private, and Ace met his eyes head on, flicked his gaze between the others and back again, and raised an eyebrow in a way that screamed, "I told you so." They were just relaxing, hanging out. So reminiscent of the afternoons in Hartslepool when they'd all finished their homework and Riddle joined their idle chatter over tea. When Cater could enjoy what little time he had left before they all moved on and never looked back, as friends always did. But they didn't, because they were here. "I think I'm set." Deuce turned back to look at the others. "Who's not ready? Player 2? Cater jolted out of his head, managing to avoid a fumble with the controller. "Oops, might be. Give me a sec with the deck." When Ace snickered, he felt himself grin. The first 20 minutes of the game was spent explaining the rules to Riddle, who, while only a spectator, was totally lost as to what was going on. Uneventful, quiet enough to get set the first pinpricks of unease running up the back of Cater's neck. Just as doubt threatened to dig in deep, the tone suddenly shifted, and the laughter that erupted was nothing less uproarious. "Why are you attacking me? What did I do to you? You're in the lead. Trey is in the second, though, and he's right beside his home. But I'm not in the lead, am I? Come on. Hey, look, you survived. It's all good until now. Wait, Cater, no. How can Hartslepool alumni be so disorderly? I feel like I'm watching a train wreck. I feel like I'm in a train wreck. Want to switch? No, thank you. I'm more than content observing the mine." I don't know what the heck they're doing. I have no idea what game it is, but that just feels so natural. It soon became clear that among the 5 of them, Riddle would be the first to fall. Not that it came as a surprise with the hours he kept, but neither would it shield him from being teased when Ace caught his eyelids fluttering as he fought to keep them open. He did manage to wake himself up enough to prepare for bed, and he tried to prolong the inevitable with a splash of cold water to the face. Alas, it wasn't enough. By the time they felt ready to wrap up the game, then swap to a new one, Riddle was out like a light against Trey's arm. Slowly, Trey lowered him the rest of the way onto the couch, and Cater gave up his reclaimed corner seat so Riddle's head could take the cushions. The first of many, many fleece blankets were fished out and thrown over him. "Dude," Ace struggled to keep his voice low under the weight of his bewilderment, and all the pink and white blankets he was fighting to stop from toppling out of the hall closet. "Why do you have so many of these?" Cater laughed. "I warned you! My sisters went nuts when I left." "Yeah, but this is just, you have matching pillows too." Cater. I know, but hear me out." Deuce leaned against the wall, doing absolutely nothing to assist Ace in his battle against the force of fleece. "We're listening." Sleeping on the floor in a pile of that, super comfy. We're talking about unreal levels of cozy. And not only that, but aesthetic bloggers go nuts for this stuff. "You know what? All right, you got my interest. Good, because I wasn't joking about some of you crashing on the throw rug." Rather than shove all the blankets back into place, they were strewed across the floor and wrangled into something resembling a sleeping space. At first, only Cater sat in the pile, but then Deuce joined to sit closer to the TV, claiming that it would help him focus better, and Ace joined shortly after once Deuce actually did improve his performance. Only Trey remained on the couch, his legs becoming on and off makeshift pillows, all the better to reach over and toe someone in the head when they crept too close to the screen, or started to doze off as a reminder to brush their teeth. Because of course Trey would do that to brush the teeth, of course. Of course he would. Of the two, Ace fell asleep first. Cater made absolutely certain to snap a photo as proof for when he inevitably tried to claim otherwise. It didn't take very long for Deuce to follow behind, the controller abandoned against his stomach. Trey nudged Deuce's shoulder with the side of his foot and received no response. Safe to say that's about it for tonight, he said. Yup. Gator spun the remote a few times before deciding to leave it for last. The quiet melody combined with the glow of the TV provided a nice, calming ambience. A perfect vibe for a lazy night. He collected up the controllers, set them and the remote aside, and headed to the closet. Couch spot? He asked as he tossed the remaining pillows across the room. Couch spot, Trey echoed, catching the pillow before it nailed Riddle and settled it down near his head. Gator started putting away the excess snacks, roll-up chip bags, and stuffing pizza boxes into the fridge. He glanced over his shoulder, expecting to see Trey cozying himself up for the night, only to witness him immediately get up and begin piling plates into his hand like a waiter. His jaw dropped, closed, and then he set the dip container onto the counter just loud enough to command attention and express exasperation. Trey! Oh my goodness! You've already strong-armed your way into cooking for us. You don't have to clean, too! And leave a mess for the host to clean up every night? That's awfully rude. I'm giving you permission to be rude. Riddle's already asleep. He's literally not present to care. Just because you're giving me permission to do something doesn't mean I have to take it. You, he jabbed at the stack of used solo cups. Trey, like an accusation, are so stubborn. And Trey remained completely unfazed. It's a good thing it's to your benefit, then. Peter dropped the cups to prevent liquid flying everywhere when he threw up his hands in defeat, releasing a staged, whispery wail so as to avoid waking everyone up. With the living room cleared out and the plates in the sink, thank everything Trey didn't start trying to wash them right then and there. Peter paused to observe the other three dozing away and watched Trey settle next to the bunched-up blanket of his makeshift bed on the couch. Something about the affirmation they'd all still be there in the morning made his chest warm with relief. He smiled. Thanks for coming to see me, you guys. Of course, Trey nodded, returning with a smile of his own. I know the others are asleep, but I think I speak for everyone when I say we're happy to be here. For the first time in ages, Peter believed it. And that is the end! That is the end. I didn't realize just how long this one was. If I had realized it ahead of time, it would have been disqualified, but it was a nice read nonetheless. It was cute. It was sweet. It was a very, very exciting time. Indeed, indeed. Thank you all so much for coming out and hanging out and watching and listening and doing all the things. I hope it was a good time for all of y'all. It was a good time for me, at the very least. This was very entertaining. I love all of the fics that you sorry, I read a message and then my brain. Thank you for submitting all the fics that you did and for the ones that were written, for writing the ones that you writ. There was, in fact, a fic about Jamil and Bugs. I think you unfortunately missed that one, but it was read aloud. Eventually, sometimes, I will, at some point, do timestamps and then link all the fics that were read on stream. But it's probably going to be a couple days, guys. It's probably going to be a couple days. Anyway, again, I hope you all had a wonderful time. I hope it was great. Any of the fics that didn't get read tonight will be saved for a future stream. And we'll probably do this again if y'all want to. I think it was nice. I think it was nice and calm and relaxing for a Friday. But until we meet again, if you are going to sleep, have good sleep. If you are going to be having a day, have a good day. And I will see you in the next one. Night's blessings. Bye-bye.